Thanks, Andy. Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee. This meeting has been live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Can I remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off their video when you're not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write speak in the Teams chat function and you'll be invited to speak in order about new issues. Should your question or issue be raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so that we can deal with the business as efficiently as possible. Usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting for any reason, I remind you either to leave the Teams meeting for that period of time, or you could write leave in the Teams chat function and then join. This will allow us to monitor members' presence. Chairman will ask the clerk to confirm said written apologies and remove. Oh, here we go with a different one. Right, okay. So, having said that, Tracy, can you confirm said and apologies, please? And I approve the members' remote participation at this time for this meeting. Tracy.
Thank you. Morning, Chair. Morning, members. We've currently got 17 members present. I have notification from Councillor Thompson that he'll be late in joining the meeting, and I have no formal apologies.
Thank you. Declarations of interest, members? Well, so waiting to see if any members have. Oh, Jane Maitland. And then I've got David McKee and Andy Ferguson. Jane first, please.
Not me, Chairman. I think it's possibly John Martin. Is that it?
Oh, John Martin, is it? Okay.
It's Jim McComb, Chair.
Oh, Jim McComb, Jim. Too many JMs. Okay, Jim McComb, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regard to the item on Blairmount Park, Newton Stewart, I have had a previous involvement in this item and will therefore take no part in the discussion.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor McKee.
It's just to let everyone know that there's one of the objectors that we know from previous history. He was a councillor at one time, Robert Higgins, but I don't see that it's significant for me to remove myself.
No, that's fine. I think that'll be the same. Will be Councillor McKee, but thanks for bringing that to our attention. Andy Ferguson, please.
Morning, Jim and committee. Two declarations. One is item 4. Obviously, Ian Dick, the applicant, is known to me, but I've had no contact with Mr. Dick about this inquiry, about this application, so I'm happy to sit into it. The second one is in item 6, where I was contacted by the objector for advice, and I gave that advice to consult an expert advisor, and that was the limit of my involvement. So I see no reason why I can't sit in deliberation today on both these items. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andy. And I presume any member who has known Councillor Dick, he and I served together some time ago in the Planning Applications Committee, will be aware of his involvement, but there should be no need for any member, unless they've got a personal involvement, to make a declaration. I've got Pauline Drysdale, please, and then Archie Dryborough.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everybody. Chair, I'd like to declare an interest in agenda item number 10, please. And if you're willing, I prefer to make the relevant information available just before you start on that particular section, in order that my constituents are all online at that present time and can hear the statement.
I will check with governance, because a declaration of interest means that you don't participate, but I'll go through the rest of the declarations first, then I'll come back and get our governance officer to give you a specific advice on that, Pauline. If you just bear with us, please.
I will. Obviously, I won't be participating in the debate, though.
No.
Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Pauline. Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. After giving you the phone call, it's not a declaration of interest. After giving you the phone call about my issues with my laptop, I seem to have come back again. It's just to say that I may have some issues as we go through the planning committee, but I will do my best to stay on within the committee itself.
Very much appreciated. Thanks, Archie. If there are no other declarations of interest, I have one, which is agenda item 9, the Sandy Now Wind Farm application. Funding in Upper Nithsdale from wind farms is channeled through an organisation called the Upper Nithsdale Community Trust, and that keeps a division between the wind farms and elected members and the wider community. But on one occasion during COVID, the Sanquhar Enterprise Company applied directly to ERG, who are the applicants in agenda item number 9 for funding, and we were awarded a significant amount of money. I am chairman of the Sanquhar Enterprise Company, therefore public perception could be I'd be sympathetic towards this application. Therefore, I will not participate and will leave the meeting during that particular agenda item, and Councillor Campbell will deal with it. So just to be absolutely clear, it's a funding application from the Sanquhar Enterprise Company to ERG, and I am the chairman of Sanquhar Enterprise Company. Tracy, can you come in, please, and just confirm that this is an appropriate approach? Councillor Drysdale quite rightly has made a declaration of interest, but she wants to make a brief statement at the start of agenda item number 10 in relation to that application. Can you give some advice, please?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Governance advice would be that if a member is making a declaration of interest that deems that they cannot participate in the decision making at that item, then they cannot then come back in when we reach item 10 to make any statement. In the Standing Order 17.3, it does state that a member has the right to address a committee, but if it's Planning Applications Committee, it's only a member who is not a member of Planning Applications Committee who has the right to address the committee or the hearing. So my advice would be that as Councillor Drysdale is making a declaration of interest now at the start of the meeting that she will not participate in that item, then she cannot then come back in when we reach that item to give a statement.
Thanks, Tracy. Pauline, are you comfortable with that advice? Well, whether you're comfortable, it doesn't matter. It's up to you, but you have to be sure that when you're making a declaration of interest, that you do follow governance advice. There is a risk if you don't, you may be deemed to be in breach of code of conduct.
I understand that, Chair. So I will read my statement just now if that's possible, but I would very much appreciate, Chair or Tracy, if you could inform my constituents before the item begins so that they are quite clear that although I am not able to speak, I have somebody speaking on behalf of my constituents today. Is that acceptable, Chair?
Fine with me. I'll just check with Tracy again. But if you're an elected member speaking on behalf of the constituents, I would imagine that would be absolutely fine. Tracy, can you just come back briefly, please?
Yes, Chair. Happy for Councillor Drysdale to come in now as part of her declaration to explain her reasons why she's declaring an interest and not participating. And the meeting's being live streamed and recorded, and it will be available on the web for any constituents to watch after the meeting as well, so that they can see what Pauline has declared.
Brilliant. That's absolutely great. Okay, Pauline, can you proceed, please?
Thanks, Chair. I'm declaring an interest in this application as I have made my views and concerns public regarding the KTR project, both in an objection to the Scottish Government and the local press and online. By social media, pardon me. I will therefore not take part in the debate, but as I have no financial interest in the project, and nor is the interest of another body or person connected to me, I will remain in the meeting. My colleague, Councillor Jackie McGammon, is going to present on behalf of my constituents. Councillor McGammon is not a member of the Planning Committee, and nor is she a member of Scottish Government licensing. And therefore, according to governance, she is able to make a statement on behalf of my constituents. I am hopeful that this is acceptable, and thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tracy, for the governance advice.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the way you've dealt with that, Pauline. That's absolutely great. Okay, if there are no other declarations of interest, no other statements to be made, we'll move on to the minute of the previous meeting, 11th of March 2021, which is for noting. If I don't see anything to the contrary, I will take that as an acceptable.
Noted.
Noted, thank you. And then we'll come to the clerk. Now, can you outline the procedure to follow the meeting today, please, Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, applicants or their agents. In line with the Coronavirus Scotland Act 2020, Schedule 6, Part 4, covering the exclusion of the public from meetings of local authorities, representatives were offered the option of joining the meeting remotely to deliver their presentation or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, and the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members from the public may address the committee. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application.
Thanks very much, Tracy. We now come on to the applications eligible for public speaking. We have 3 registered speakers today. We have 2 statements to be read out, and we have 2 requests from elected members to address the committee on agenda item number 10. So what I propose to do is deal with the applications eligible for public speaking, and then bring forward the agenda item, which is number 10, to follow on from agenda item number 8. So with that small change, members, we move on to agenda item number 4. This is an application for change of use of public open space to form car park. Alterations include formation of hard standing, erection of fence and removal of tree, and temporary siting of storage container retrospective at Blairmount Park, Corsby Road, Newton Stewart. The application type is a full plan permission. The applicant is Mr. Ian Dick. The case officer is Mary Mitchell. The recommendation is to approve subject conditions. The reference number is 20/1647/full. Mary, if you're there, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Could I please have slide 3? Okay, Blairmount Park is a designated protected area of open space, extending in total to around 17 hectares. The application site lies within the park towards the north, near the vehicle entrance from Corsby Road. Next slide, please. The application site is outlined in red here. It extends to around 1,700 square metres. Adjacent to the south of the site is a 3G sports pitch. Adjacent to the west is a grassed area, which was formerly a hockey pitch. Adjacent to the north is the established car park, and adjacent to the east runs a core access path. The area outlined in blue on this slide shows the whole area leased to the Newton Stewart Football Club by the council. The Newton Stewart Football Club are responsible for the maintenance and stewardship of this area. Next slide, please. The development works took place in February last year when the grass was removed and the application site was laid in hardcore with the intention to provide an extended car parking area. Other minor works also took place. The erection of a fence along the western site boundary, the felling of a tree and the siting of a storage container. Next slide, please. This is showing the fence. The fence is around 97 metres in length. Next slide, please. Okay, so to the site photographs. This one is taken from the main vehicle entrance to Blairmount Park and shows the established car park. Next slide, please. This is looking at the established car park from the other direction. Next slide, please. This is showing the application site in the distance of this slide. The established car park is just to the right of this. Next slide, please. This is showing the application site. That's the fence along the western boundary. And the former hockey pitch is further to the right. Next slide, please. Again, the application site. You can see the storage container at the bottom of the car parking area and the 3G pitch with the floodlights at the bottom of the car parking area as well. Next slide, please. This is looking in the opposite direction, north. The core path is on the right-hand side and the application site on the left. Next slide, please. This is the storage container. You can see part of the 3G pitch to the left and part of the application site to the right there. Next slide, please. Looking along the western boundary of the site. Next slide, please. And again, showing the showing the application site on the right and the hockey pitch, the former hockey pitch on the left. Next slide, please. Okay, so the development principle behind the change of use from protected open space to car park is discussed in paragraphs 4.4 to 4.8 of the report. In summary, the development is considered to be ancillary to the use of the protected open space, and redevelopment of a small part enhance the use of Blairmount Park and the 3G pitch. The report also discusses use conflict. It is concluded there is no intrinsic use conflict between the car park and the core path, but that more should be done to ensure low vehicle speeds and to improve pedestrian confidence. It was also concluded that more should be done to soften the visual impact of the development with landscaping and to replace the lost tree. The application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions.
Thank you very much, Mary. At this stage, members, do we have any questions for the case officer? David McKee, please.
It's just, is it the intention to get the core path fenced off? Because I notice in your paper you're on about speeding traffic and things like that. And there'll be youngsters running about as well. And it could be quite a dangerous situation at times. Would it be an idea to fence it off?
Mary?
There are conditions attached to the recommended approval, which leaves it a bit more open. I'll just... condition 1 is about landscaping. Condition 2, it does say condition 2 mentions a method of delineating the western edge of the core path. So the conditions have left it a bit more open so that the specifics of how the core path and the car park relate to each other can be decided afterwards. Whether it's actually a fence or not, I don't know if that's necessary. It might be that a change in surface texture might do it. It might be that some shrub planting might do it.
Thanks very much, Mary.
Thanks, Councillor McKee. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mary, for your presentation. Looking at the recommendations, recommendation 1 is asking for quite a lot of work to be done within a 6-month period. In view of the present circumstances with COVID and a sort of unknowing future, I wonder if that time period should be extended, Mary.
Mary, it'll be down to members, I would suppose, but can you help Councillor Young?
Well, I mean, there's a lot listed in condition 1, but not all of those things need to take place. It's just covering all the potential bases. The purpose of that condition, it's described in the report as we just need a method to try and show where the core path is and where the car park is, and to reduce vehicle speeds with some sort of visual reference, and also to soften the visual impact of the development with some sort of landscaping. It doesn't mean that all of these works need to take place that are described in condition 1. We'd expect the applicant to submit a scheme, and it can be assessed whether that's an appropriate scheme or not. If you think 6 months isn't enough time, then that can be changed.
No,
I think there's a bit of confusion, John. It's no the work being done within 6 months. It's a scheme submitted and approved within 6 months.
Yes.
I see that now, Chair, and withdraw my comment. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for that helpful response, Mary. Any other members? In the absence of any new members, we'll come to our first register speakers. The first speaker we have today is James Brown on behalf of Cree Valley Community Council. He's a consultee, statutory consultee, and an objector. James, if you're there, sir, we have a process whereby you will be given 3 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you're kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So if you're there, sir, just whenever you're ready.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. Can you all hear me clearly?
Yes.
Good. Right. Whilst we in Cree Valley Community Council understand that the football clubs up at Blairmount Park do an awful lot of good for the community, they are not the be-all and end-all. The park has also been enjoyed by many families and their children over the years who have no interest in football, but now they are squeezed into a smaller and smaller area because the car park takes up 30% of the last grass park. The grassy park, it should be remembered, was gifted to the people of Newton Stewart as a King George V park in the 1930s and is defined in the local development plan as protected open space, and as such there is, quote, a presumption against any development. It should have been at the very least, and remember this is a retrospective approval, which I think should have been called approved contrary to the local plan, but at the very least it should have gone to a full planning committee originally, and also because it was a King George V park, probably gone to a 3-month community consultation, as the ground is owned by the council. Instead, the decision to build this car park was taken in a brazen and ad hoc manner by a meeting on site with a council employee, a director of Newton Stewart Football Club, and 3 elected councillors, without apparently any thought or consideration of a community consultation or need to obtain planning permission. Claimed that a large car park was needed for safety grounds as too many cars were mixing with pedestrians at big events. But there were several other solutions which could have been considered. For instance, using the car park down at the high school, which is only 400 metres away. There is already a car park at most events, and many other clubs have remote car parks for large events. There's also another point we would like to mention. The whole of the area of this park was leased to Newton Stewart Football Club by the council in 2013, and therefore we would have expected that the football club would organise the traffic management system or fund any new car park and not the council ratepayers. Finally, Newton Stewart is perhaps unique amongst most of the other small towns in the region in that it does not have a lovely landscape park near the town centre, unlike, for instance, Stranraer, Castle Douglas, or Gatehouse of Fleet. And so Blairmount Park is the main green space for the town, and now there is a lot less of it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks very much, James. Very kind of you to keep your presentation so brief and concise. Do any members have any questions for Mr. Brown? In the absence of any indication, thank you for your presence today, Mr. Brown, and for your presentation. Now move on to the applicant, Ian Dick. Ian, I'm sure I don't need to remind you of the process. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, reminder at the summation just to bring the presentation to a close, and if you remain, please, in case members have questions for you. So just whenever you're ready, Ian, just proceed. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine.
Okay, lovely. Right, can I just preface remarks by saying that I'm chair of the Newton Stewart Football Club, but I am and have been authorised to speak on behalf of Galloway Thistle Youth Football Club and also Newton Stewart Rugby Club, who support this application. Now, without going through the papers, we do understand that the council made these alterations following safety complaints, but as the Community Council rightly asserted, planning permission wasn't sought at that time. As has been pointed out, with the Newton Stewart Football Club holds a 25-year lease over this land from the council, and therefore had decided to try and seek to rectify the situation to the satisfaction of the community council and everyone involved. I think it's safe to say that that when the pitch was built in 2013, probably the amount of car usage wasn't envisaged, but I think really it should have been looked at the time. Over the last 2 or 3 years, the attendances at Newton Stewart Football Club's games have reached anything between 50 and 100 for derby games. We've also hosted South of Scotland League Cup finals with 250, and consequently the car parking situation became hazardous, and the existing car park, which is probably at best can cope with 15 cars, was completely inadequate. Galloway Thistle's now got over 150 young people who attend their classes, train 2 or 3 nights a week, and host events over the weekend, include a May festival with many hundreds of people. It's clearly, I think it had come to a head, and something had to be done in order to help the pitch. We did do a lot of consultation following the initial complaint, consulted with the public online and directly with members of the public who use the park daily. And I'm not just talking about users of the 3G pitch, dog walkers, walkers in general, of which there are many. And the general agreement that we found was that it was an improvement for users. We feel that the Blairmount facility car park was not only for safety reasons, but because the facility, it's the hub of ball sports in the Machars, and its growing users are a credit to the community and requires supporting infrastructure. As a footnote, I would say that we've managed to achieve some funding to renovate the pavilion, which serves the pitch, from the local wind farm. Okay, thank you. Who did indicate that they consider Blairmount Park and the 3G pitch as a hub of sport in the Machars. Just to finally say, the football club.
I've lost you, Ian. We'll wait a few minutes, members, in case Ian has lost a connection and is able to come back on.
So, can you still hear me, Chair?
We lost you there, Ian, just at the last minute, but you're back now.
Right, okay, sorry. It was just to say that we are complying with the conditions, or will comply with the conditions, and we're in discussion with the relevant council officer over the core path.
Super, thanks very much. Just remain please, Ian, in case members have questions for you.
Thank you.
Members, any questions for Mr. Dick? Seems not. And again, Ian, thank you for your presentation today. And oh no, I have Ian Howie, is it? Please.
No, it's Ivor Hislop.
It's Ivor Hislop. I'll need to stop trying to guess. Ivor, good morning.
Hi, Ian. One of the questions is, one of the conditions says that they're asking to delineate the path from the car parking area. Would you be looking to put a physical barrier in there, or just a change like was suggested? As I would have thought a hedge or a fence might be better for separation.
At the moment, Councillor, the initial discussion I've had with the council officer may be one of those options. The other method I think they've used to delineate core paths is large stones. We may look at a combination, but certainly something. I do have one of my club members is a forestry contractor and has offered to look at some the option of wind dusting in order to compact the surface of the core path better. But as far as delineation is concerned, we'll do everything in consultation with the relevant council officer. And as I say, at this point, I don't think we've made any decision about what barrier. But personally, I would certainly like to see some kind of shrubbery. But I think initially it would have to be combined with some other form of barrier. But yes, we will. We'll look at the options anyway, but that's it's at an early stage at the moment.
Thanks very much, Ian. I've got Councillor McKee, please.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Dick, thanks for your presentation, sir. Do you see that you may need to return the ground to what it was originally before you extended the car park when your lease runs out?
Well, at the moment, prior to this, we were actually looking to extend the lease, and that was partly because we were applying for funding to improve facilities at the ground and beyond from Sport Scotland, who actually said that they prefer to see 20 years on a lease. So given that our lease had run about 11 years already, we thought it might be an idea to try and extend it. No, I mean, quite frankly, if that facility continues to attract the usage, the car parking issue is only going to grow greater. And the problem before was when cars were using it. I mean, that grass area was used as a car park before. Now the option was you chained it off, in which case the usage of the pitch was probably going to drop because of the car parking issue. When it was actually used for cars, it turned into a mud bath in the winter. And my understanding was that the council officer who took the decision to change the surface had already had complaints from the public that the interaction of cars and pedestrians on a very, very slippery surface, and the safety issue was raised. So no, I honestly can't see it going back to a grass area for these reasons. This issue has existed since 2013 when the facility was first built. Probably, as I say, it should have been addressed then, but it wasn't, and we're trying to address that now. I hope that's useful.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Ian. Okay. If there are no other questions for Mr. Dick, Ian, thanks very much for your presence today and for your presentation. Members, we're now in session. Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks very much, Chair. I managed to get on my laptop again. I hope I didn't sort of fall down when I start speaking. Chair, I'm quite happy to go with the recommendations. However, just the condition 1, I would like to see some form of barrier between the core path and the car park. And if that scheme can be a solid like fence or a hedge, that would be my preference in this case. But I would agree with the recommendations, Chair.
I agree with them, just subject to delegating to officers to ensure that appropriate provisions made for pedestrians.
Yep.
That'd be great. Thanks, Archie. Councillor Hislop.
Just to support Councillor Driver, I think a physical barrier rather than just a visual barrier would be better.
Do you want that in a condition, or are you just going to leave it to the officers, given that the officer's present today and hears exactly what's being said?
Well, I would like to think that the applicant has said he was looking at either hedging or stone or something to delineate. The officer would take that into consideration, hopefully.
If you're happy with that, I'm quite sure our officer will be ensuring that our wishes are complied with as much as possible, especially when the applicant has said he's looking at some measure anyway.
Yes, I'm taking notes.
Thanks very much, Mary. So on that basis, are we prepared to approve the application today unanimously?
Could I just come back in, Chair? I've no objection to the application, but Ivor was on about a hedge or something, but you're increasing maintenance and whatnot there. I want to ensure the safety of the public, obviously, but I think a hedge might be a bit too much.
But that's why we're delegating to officers. It might be a fence or some other physical barrier. It's just an attempt by members to ensure that the public are protected and there's some kind of measure in place that ensures that happens.
That's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McKee. Members content with that after the debate we've had?
Yep.
Okay, Tracy, can you confirm the decision of members, please?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions in the report, with the delegation to the officer around the discussions for the barrier between the core path and the car park to protect the pedestrians.
That's perfect, Tracy. Thanks very much. Okay, members, we'll move on to agenda item number 5. An application of residential development, erection of 4 dwelling houses at land between Milne Gate House and Brayhead, Park Gate, Dumfries. It's a planning permission principle application. The recommendation is to refuse. The case officer today is Robert Duncan on behalf of Torrell Glendinning, and the reference number is 20/2162/PIP. Robert, are you with us? And if so, can you take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, I am, Chair. I hope you can all hear me. I'm covering for Torrell Glendinning today because Torrell's work pattern is such that she misses Wednesdays. She's not trying to avoid the Planning Applications Committee purposefully. So I'm filling the breach as best as I can here, so please bear with me. Turning to the presentation, the first slide that you can see is a location plan, and this is the same one that appears on page 29 of the print pack that you've all received. The application site is located on the southern side of the C20N public road, and if you look at that plan, you can see the 5 dwellings which are also on the southern side of that road to the southeast of this site. They form an identified small building group within Local Development Plan 2, and that's known as Cumleys / Milne Gate. What you're looking at here today is an application for planning permission in principle for residential development within this site, indicated to be for 4 dwelling houses. Turning to the next slide, this is the submitted location plan, so much more broad brush. The site extends to around 5,400 square metres in total, so that's just over half a hectare. As you can see, it's a broadly rectangular site. In terms of its location, the site is located about 13 kilometres to the northeast of Dumfries town centre, and it's around 1 kilometre to the southeast of Nethermill, for those that know the area. Turning to the next slide, this is the submitted proposed site plan from the applicant's agent, which contains some indicative elements. The key points I would suggest to note here are, firstly, the house and garage positions are indicative only, and that's annotated on the plan. You have parking and turning for each proposed dwelling house within each plot, if you like. There's a proposed single vehicle access to each proposed plot directly from the C20N public road as well. And each plot, because of its location, would have fill drainage to a septic tank and soakaway system arrangement. Moving on to the next slide, you're now getting pictures which have been taken by the case officer. I haven't been out to this site recently. I think the last time I was out in this area was about 10 years ago, so I'm sure my age a wee bit now, but I am familiar with the locality, which certainly helps. The first slide you've got here is the existing field access from the C20N public road, and this is looking to the southwest. Now again, if you're looking at your plan on page 29 of your print pack, this is the central kind of spine. You can see boundary treatments marked in that, and this is like the corridor that roughly bisects the site, looking, like I say, to the southwest. But we'll come on to that in greater clarity. The next picture is looking towards the northwest. Now, this shows Bray Head in the distance, which is a single dwelling house. That is not located within the small building group identified in LDP2. Moving to the next slide, this is turning 180 degrees from the previous image, from the same viewpoint to look southwest, and you can see the first property you see is Milngate House. You can also see the established hawthorn hedge on the left-hand side and the beech hedging at this location as well. You've got the mature beech trees which are on the northern side of that public road, so there aren't mature trees within the public road verge on this side of the public road. The next slide is a view from that road verge, and it's looking south. It's taken much further away, and it shows the application site on the right-hand side of the road in its totality, if you like. So this is set back from the existing field access point. The next slide is from an approximate site midpoint, looking southeast towards Milngate House, and it's more within the site. If you turn to the next slide, this is in the opposite direction. It's a similar approach. You can see the flatness of the application site. So this is actually taken from within the application site itself, at the kind of back edge of it, if you want to call it that. And if you turn to the next slide, it's a similar view nearer the front of the application site. The next slide is showing a much closer and clearer view of the small building group. If you could move to the next slide, please. At Cumley Stroke Milngate, and that shows its established character, pattern, density and appearance. The next slide is showing a much closer view of Milngate House. You can see that's older than the other houses within the small building group, and therefore has a slightly different character to it, and this is the one that bookends one part of the site. If you look at the next slide, this shows the relationship of Milngate House to the application site, and you can see the rear elevation that you can see there is, if you like, facing onto the end of the application site. You can see various outbuildings and so on and so forth within the curtilage too. The next slide is looking northwest from the same point, so this is looking along the site frontage. Like I said, there aren't any trees in that public road boundary or within the hedge, so that's looking long view to the northwest, again toward Bray Head. The next slide is relating to planning history. Now you've got two images here. The planning history of the site has been summarised within the report at 1.5, and that includes pre-application advice. The picture on the left-hand side you've got here, the more elevated of the two, shows fresh fencing back in 2015. I can't honestly see if the beech hedging transplants were in the ground at that point in time or not, but you can see that that's been set out. The picture on the right-hand side was taken, I think, 2021, and it shows established beech hedging within that fencing area that was created in 2015. So you can see how that hedging has established within the site over that period of time. Turning to the next slide, when you're looking east over a larger distance, so this is away from the site looking towards it, you can see the site is quite flat. It's located between Bray Head to the northwest, which is on the left-hand side, as you can see it labelled, and Milngate House to the southeast, which is also labelled. You've got the rest of the Cumley's Milngate small building group to the right-hand side of that image. You can see it just below the horizon there. So that's the last picture in the presentation. Turning to the key points in the case officer's report, and I was involved in editing this, so I'm familiar with it. You're looking at questions like, does the proposal comply with LDP2 policy H3 in principle, which is the key housing in the countryside policy? Further, does it comply with the guidance in small building groups, which also forms part of LDP2? The members should also note there are 13 individual and Timaeus representations which have been received which raise objection to the proposal, and they are summarised in section 3 of the report, together with the 3 individual and Timaeus representations which have been received supporting the proposal. In addition, the Community Council has raised concerns, and those have been summarised at 2.1 of the report. The wording has reflected what they've come in with pretty much verbatim. When you turn to the substance of the report and the analysis of the proposal, when you look at paragraphs 4.7 to 4.10 particularly, you can see the basis on which the case officer doesn't think that this complies with the terms of the development plan in principle as a land use. Further, in the report, you can see the proposal would lead to the loss of good quality agricultural land contrary to the terms of LDP2 policy NE13, but members will note that has not been carried forward as a reason for refusal in itself, because the key issue here is considered to be the lack of compliance with LDP2 policy H3 and the supplementary guidance in small building groups. So that completes my presentation. Quite happy to answer any questions arising, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Robert. Members, any questions at this stage for the case officer? Seem not. In which case we'll go to the next registered speaker, Mr. John McCall, who's the agent for the applicant. John, if you're with us again, it's a local application. I'm sure you're familiar with procedure. You'll have 3 minutes. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case members have any questions, I'd be grateful. And just join whenever you're ready. Thank you.
So can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me, so can I just proceed?
Absolutely, John. Did you hear what I said before that? Yeah.
Yes, I did do. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, good, super. Thank you.
Right. Well, good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make some points on this application, and I'll deal with 2 of them, which are important in my opinion. I thought it important to point out that the application under consideration is included in the Cumrace Oblique Millgate Small Building Group, which is shown as a standalone small building group in the Dumfries housing market area, and the supplementary guidance housing in the countryside in the current local development plan. And the reason for making this statement early on will become more clear as the presentation progresses. This small building group was identified and named in the supplementary guidance in 2014, and it remains in the current local development plan today with exactly the same description, and have documents to substantiate that statement. Cumrace Oblique Millgate Group contains 11 properties, and using the rounding up formula in the policy, this would allow the group to be extended by 4 houses, which is the number of houses included in the application. If each area is calculated separately and the number of houses in Millgate is reduced to 5, which the officer states is the extent of that building group, then 1/3 of 5 and 5 houses respectively would be 4 using the round-up formula again in the policy, and this again is equal to the number that has been applied for. In the committee report, the number of houses in the group has been based on the Millgate section of the small building group only, that is 5 houses, and I consider that to be unreasonable, especially as the small building group contains 10 or 11 houses. The other point I would like to raise is the established boundaries. I believe that the application meets this criteria in the policy, as there are established boundaries that form a backdrop to the site, and these have been there for a considerable number of years. In an exchange of emails with the planning officer some time ago in October last year, she responded to me to say, to my knowledge, there is no specific planning definition of what an established hedge is. So there is some dubiety there, and it's a question of when does a hedge become established. But obviously there doesn't seem to be a policy to cover that at the moment.
You have 30 seconds to go, John.
Thank you very much. Well, a number of other points. There's nothing in the current LDP or the guidance that shows that Millgate is a separate small building group entirely on its own. And as the group is identified as Cumbries Millgate, it should be determined within that description, in my opinion. There are a number of other points in the report, but I think I've covered most of the major issues, and I would recommend to the members that they approve the application on the basis of the statements made.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Again, thanks for being so concise. Councillor Hislop, Bill has a question for you. Councillor Hislop, please.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. McCall. You mentioned that there was it 11 houses within Cumlaise Millgate building group?
Yeah.
Now, on our map, there's only 5 plus the sort of remote house at Bray Head, I would call it.
Yeah.
Where are the other houses? Further to the north, or further, well, northwest or southeast, going by the picture we have? Because my understanding, Cumlaise lies to the south of this, so you would have thought if you were joining the two parts up, you would be going the other side of Millgate's development rather than heading more towards Nethermill.
Well, the application site is the application site, and the question of 11 houses arises because of I'm of the opinion that the house known as Bray Head should be included in the small building group, but I'm prepared to accept that the planning officer is correct in saying that it maybe does not include that house, so therefore the number of houses would be reduced to 10 in the entire group. Cumlaise is a very compact number of houses, a wee distance from the Millgate section, but it still is visually, in my opinion, part of the group and is described as such in the council's current documents. And I think it is unfair to restrict the number of houses in the proposed site to 2 because of the application being considered against 5 houses instead of 10. I hope that answers your question.
Right, thank you.
Thanks, Ivor. Any other questions for Mr. McCall? In that case, thank you very much, Mr. McCall, for being with us today, and thanks for your presentation. Members are now in session. If I've got somebody wanting to speak, can't see who it is though. Oh, it's Councillor McKay.
I think I've seen Councillor Dryborough's hand coming up just before I got mine up. Chair, you want to ask Archie first?
Okay, Archie, if you get your hand up.
Thanks very much, Chair. I listened to the small building group part there, and obviously we have done a lot of sort of things on small building groups prior to the last local development plan going in place. I understand that the applicant will say what his opinion is. However, these small building groups have been recognised and on the go, and I'm looking at 3.2 in the report that says the small building groups can only be extended by 1/3 of the size of the existing group, which in this instance would be an extra 2 dwellings rather than 4 proposed. Therefore, with that in mind, Chair, I would go with the recommendations.
Thanks, Councillor Dryborough. Councillor McKay, and then I'll get Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. McCall was on about this other group of housing. How far is it away from what we've got on our map?
Robert, can you help Councillor McKay?
Certainly, it's a point well made, and I'm sorry that this isn't shown on any of the plans that appear in front of the elected members. The second slide of the presentation, the bigger location plan that showed Nethermill, shows it to an extent, but like Mr. McCall said, The Cumleys group is located to the southeast of Milngate. Milngate is a group of 5 houses, there's no doubt about that. The distance between the last house in Milngate Cottage, and the first house at Cumleys to the southwest, I've just measured it on our mapping system, it's about 220 metres. So there is a gap between the two of them.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, Joe. Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair, and apologies for my late arrival this morning. Yeah, I mean, I think having listened to the representation, I think in the report, paragraphs 410 and 411 sort of summarise where I'm kind of coming to from this. But I think there is something about the small building group list that we as a council have published on our website, and it does list Cumleys and Milngate as a kind of put together. Now, obviously, we've heard in the report that we're talking about a group of 5, and on that assumption, I think it's fair to go with the recommendations as they are, more along the lines of the ribbon development and changing the character in that way. But there is maybe something that we could do to be a bit clearer about our list of small building groups. Maybe that's a point that could be taken away, because it does list it as Cumleys Milngate. Otherwise, I would want to go with the recommendations, Chair.
Okay, so that's just an observation. You're still supporting the recommendation as set out in the papers?
Yeah, although I would seek maybe an assurance from an officer, maybe clarify that or find a way to clarify it so that people have a shared understanding of what the small building groups are.
Yeah, that's obviously not for today, and I'm sure Robert and David City will be very aware of the point you're making. But can we just deal with the application in front of us, please?
Absolutely, Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. So you're content to support the application, the recommendation as set out?
Yes.
Super. Okay, so I have 3 members looking to support the officer's recommendation. Are there any alternative views? Okay, in that, Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to refuse the application on the grounds detailed within the report. Thank you.
We come on to agenda item number 6. An application for change of use from car showroom to form restaurant cafe, class 3, installation of external flue and external alterations, including to building frontage at 35 White Sands, Dumfries. This is a full application. The applicant is Mr. A. Mansour. Recommendation is to approve unconditionally. The case officer is again Robert on behalf of Torrell, and the reference number is 20/2035/full. Robert, can you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, happy to do so. The first slide in front of you shows the location of the application site. It's within the centre of Dumfries, obviously, at the White Sands. You can see the river Nith in the bottom of the slide. The next slide is the submitted site plan, which shows the footprint of the building, which is the subject of this application. Turning to the next slide, again, it's showing submitted plans, but what you're looking at here is the existing floor plan on the left-hand side, with it being used as a car showroom. On the right-hand side, you've got a plan showing the proposed floor plan. The next slide is showing submitted plans. It shows the proposed elevations at the top and the existing front elevation at the bottom. Now, there are changes proposed. You can see that on the slides, and we'll come on to those. It also notes that an advertisement consent application may be required in respect of a new fascia sign. But moving on to the next slide, this is the other key element of the proposal, as well as the change of use of the building. You have an existing and proposed elevational drawing here showing the proposed location of a flue on the building, and that is linked to its proposed use as a restaurant stroke cafe. The next slide is the first picture. This is showing the existing frontage of the building. You've got an area outlined in red there, so that is the affected element of the building which relates to this application. You'll note the existing window and door detailing. It isn't particularly clever, it's quite chunky, if that's the right planning term. You've also got the existing use as a car showroom. I was past that the other day and it was actually being used as such, so that's continued. Moving on to the next slide. This is a slightly different view of the front elevation. That the Nelson Brown premises
is to the left-hand side at ground floor level and the floor above as well. So you can see that. So it almost like wraps around the proposed building element that's the subject of this application. The next slide is looking much more closely at the existing window and door detailing to the frontage. Again, as per the report, there's been no recent planning history, so my only assumption is this was something that was done without the benefit of planning permission, but I can't confirm that for sure. The next slide is a view of the application site. It's showing the location relative to car parking and adjacent buildings at the White Sands. And the next slide is showing the opposite view, similar viewpoint, but this is looking towards the Venel. The site is obviously located within the Dumfries Conservation Area, so it's quite important that way, and it forms part of the appearance, character and appearance of this part of the area, as is shown in the next slide. So the next slide gives you more of a street kind of view, shows the existing buildings, the character, the pattern as well. So that's the final slide. When looking at the report, the key points really are there's no recent planning history on the site which could be found. The proposed new shop in terms of the physical appearance is considered to represent an improvement to the present situation in relation to impact on the surrounding conservation area. The next key point is the Council's Environmental Health Officer has been consulted on the proposal and has raised no objections, and that's summarised in section 2.3 of the report in front of you. Members should also note that there's a single individual and Timaeus representation which raises objection to the proposal, and those points of objections are summarised within section 3 of the report. Turning to the merits of the case, in the case officer's assessment, the proposed use as a restaurant stroke cafe is considered to be acceptable in principle at this town centre location. In terms of the potential for adverse impact on residential and general amenity, it's considered that the proposal is compliant with the terms of the development plan and should be supported. And as per 4.13 of the report, it's recommended that planning permission be granted unconditionally. But I'm happy to take questions, Chair.
Thanks very much, Robert. Members, any questions for our case officer at this moment in time? Ivor Hislop, please.
Morning, Robert. It's just with regard to the sort of noise and vibration part. Now, would that be left down to building control to look at if there was any noise mitigation needed to be put in, or is that a condition we would put in at this stage if we felt there was something?
Robert?
The view of the Council's Environmental Health Officer was, in terms of noise, vibration or general nuisance, he didn't envisage there being an issue between the two different premises, if you like. Now, in the event that there is unexpected nuisance between the two, they could take action under their own powers, you know, if there was a statutory nuisance here or something like that. So his advice was, rather than to object to the planning application, any issues arising could be dealt with under their own legislation. But I think the key thing is he wasn't expecting any issue to arise, and you know, there was no objection on that basis. So in terms of resolving something like that, I think that would, you know, go back to the Environmental Health Officer to deal with.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Ivor. Andy Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Good morning, Robert. Two things. If I saw your slide or one of the pictures correctly, the ventilation is on the upper floor, which is not, which would be on Mr. Brown's premises, am I right? Or I think it's a shared wall. Another, I suppose, question as well is, when did aluminium become okay in a conservation area? Because I'm pretty sure aluminium hadn't been invented at the time when these properties were put up. And I observed that the downstairs doesn't appear to have planning permission for the plastic windows. So how are we going to conserve a conservation area unless we get suitable replacement windows and doors in the proposed property? I'd be interested to hear your views on that.
Robert?
Thanks, Chair. In relation to the first issue about ownership, I don't know what the situation is with regard to the application. The applicant has made a declaration of ownership and notification of all relevant owners to that. So it would follow that
if they were to obtain planning permission but couldn't get agreement legally from an adjacent owner, then that would be a civil matter, but wouldn't prevent you granting planning permission. As far as I'm aware, they've provided the relevant certifications. With regard to the windows and doors, we're trying to achieve the rest of the property. When I looked at the pictures, seemed to have a kind of powder coated aluminium, and it was much more slimline looking than the white UPVC windows that you have in the existing premises. The case officer's view was that that would represent an improvement, an incremental improvement compared to the existing situation, realising that the existing situation isn't exemplar. Should we be pragmatic and go for something that represents a clear improvement and something that would harmonise well with the rest of the building? And I think the harmonisation issue with the appearance of the windows and doors in the rest of the building is quite key for me. It doesn't look inappropriate in terms of what's there at the moment. My understanding was that something similar would be forthcoming for the windows and doors on this part of the premises, so it would hopefully unify the building a lot more as well. So on that basis, it was considered that the proposal would represent an improvement to the existing situation and something that would harmonise well with the rest of the building. So that was certainly my reading of, when I looked at that part of the report, that was my take on the case officer view.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks, Andy. Councillor McKee.
No, it was just Andy touched on it. Where's the flue being placed? Is it at the rear of the building or at the front? Because if it's at the front, I wouldn't have thought that was very appropriate.
Robert?
The flues at the side of the building, there was a slide presented, I think it was possibly the 5th slide in the presentation. I don't know if we could rewind to that. Slide number 5, showing existing and proposed location of flue, but it's not something that's going to be in the front elevation of the building. So it's not going to be visible really within the public domain.
I look at that, it must be, albeit as you say, Robert, it's at the side, but it must be away from the street front.
Yes.
At the back of the car park, I think, Jock.
That's the important thing, Jim. It's just that I didn't exactly know where it was going to be placed. That's fine, Jim. Thanks very much.
Okay, is this a conservation area, isn't it? Is that building listed, Robert?
It is in a conservation area, but the building isn't listed. Just for noting, the drawing was up in the presentation there just briefly. That's the drawing there showing the location of the proposed flue.
Excuse me.
The main thing is where I was coming from, the main thing is it's not visible from the street. To me, that's the main thing. Thank you.
From the medieval street scene, Jock.
Oh, I wasn't putting a date in it, Jim, because
the planning officers yesterday.
He might consider that I've got a vested interest.
I wouldn't suggest you're medieval, Jock. Councillor Ferguson again.
I'll defer to Jock in terms of age, Jim. But
thank you, Andrew.
I think what I'm trying to get at here, and I wonder if Robert can tell us, will you be able to see that that air system from the car park, and is that the public car park owned by the council? And people then go from there through into the Vennel, just to make sure I'm in the right location.
Robert?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. I've not been out and visited the site myself, so I don't know whether you could see it or not from the car park location. Are we talking about the car park in the White Sands to the front of the building? Because in that scenario you wouldn't, but the car park to the rear, I don't know, because I haven't seen it from the rear car park.
Is there no a floor plan available, Robert, that would show where the building is in relation to the car park or the whole street scene layout?
Chair, if I can maybe help on page 41, which is the plan itself. You've got the car park, which is the NCP car park, or at least it was in earlier days, and right across from the application site itself is the bus stands.
Yeah, I think the question simply is, when you enter the car park, there's part of that property that can be seen from the car park or the application site. And I think the question is, and I would guess that's where that flue will have to come out, because the rest it's all wrapped around other properties. So it'll be to the south of the car park near PH 38 or whatever it is, 39. We're talking on page 41 here. Maybe Robert or no, Robert, David can help. Maybe maybe more familiar with the area.
Morning, Chair. Yeah, I was trying to work that one out. It certainly is to the rear of the building, and I think from certain viewpoints, because the land, to my memory, in the car park, which is also the area that I think the market certainly used to be in, it rises up slightly. So from certain points in the car park, you probably would just be able to see it. But the key thing is it going to be unduly obtrusive? My view would be not, because it's not going to be on the front elevation, and there are always a number of things hidden away at rear of buildings which aren't mainly visible from the most obvious public places.
Yeah, that's great, David. I'll get Jeff Levery's maybe willing to help or offer something, or maybe it's something completely different. But Jeff, are you with us?
Yeah, the public house is the new bazaar public house, so it would be visible from the NCP car park. But there are all sorts of backs of buildings which are visible from that car park, so I don't think it'd be intrusive at all.
Thanks for that helpful information, Jeff. Okay, we seem to have exhausted the discussion about Jane Maitland, is it, or Tim McComb, or John Martin? Who have we got?
It's me. I'm sorry, I wasn't absolutely certain whether I caught during the discussion about aluminium doors whether or not there had been a discussion about colours, because while I understand members' concerns about what is appropriate in a area, I think what's also important is, in fact, a recessive colour to match the distinctly more elegant hairdressing arrangements up above. So I wonder if I could have some clarification on that.
Robert, can you help? I think the discussion was initially about using plastic in conservation areas, which seems to be an accepted approach now under certain circumstances. And I'm just clarifying it wasn't listed, because listed still causes maybe an issue in terms of materials that are used for finishings. But Robert, this is for you to help Jane, please.
Thank you, Chair. The previous question, I took that as questioning whether or not the aluminium window approach was appropriate in the conservation area. And there was also a question about whether or not the PVC windows that are there at the moment had got permission. So I was trying to explain why the case officer arrived at the view that this was acceptable in the circumstances of this case. I think it's a good point. We didn't discuss the colour previously, but if you're trying to harmonise that with the rest of the building, it would make sense possibly, and this is something for members, it isn't recommended, but you could attach a condition requiring that the colour matches that of the rest of the premises. You might also want to adapt that condition so that the dimensions and detailing and proportions of the new window details match those of the rest of the building too. I don't think that would be unreasonable, because clearly we're looking at trying to harmonise the appearance of something that's quite disjointed at the moment, which is part of the reasoning for accepting the aluminium approach. So, I think members, if they were minded to do so, could impose a condition of that nature to try and cover that.
Personally, I'd be reluctant, Robert, because as sure as fate, the next week the upstairs property would change colour and the bottom would stick like I say a thumb. I think if we had more appropriate to fix a traditional tight colour, whether it be brown or white, and hope that the rest of the building at some time falls into line with that. But that's only my opinion. It's up to members what we actually do. But thanks for that response to Jane. I don't seem to have any other speakers. Oh, Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, with that in mind, Chair, I agree with you as well. That it would, something would change at the other 4 windows going forward. So with that in mind, I would go with the recommendations, Chair.
Thanks very much, Archie. Are there any alternative views, or do we have a unanimous decision here?
Chair, I have 2 statements to read out on this application. You're not.
My apologies, Tracy. I've fallen asleep there. You're absolutely right. Yes, we're still in. We haven't got into session yet. We're still at questions for the case officer. Believe it or not. So I'm sorry, Archie. You preempted things, and I was daft enough to follow you.
Apologies, Chair.
So Tracy, my apologies to you. We have 2 statements to be read out. One from Nelson Brown, an objector, and one from Marco Rebecchi, the agent. So if we've finished with questions for the case officer, which is where we were, if there are no other questions for the case officer, we'll get 2 statements and I'll come back to Councillor Dryborough. Tracy, can you just proceed with the statements, please?
Yes, thanks, Chair. The first statement is from Nelson Brown, the objector. I request that you in turn refer to my letter of objection in your papers and accept my apologies that neither myself or the agent are contactable today to make verbal representations, which will make it difficult for you to have any supplement questions. I have accordingly restricted my statement to matters in fact can be validated through my business website and from an external site inspection. Premises requesting the change of use are located immediately below my long-established international hairdressing and award-winning beauty and aesthetic business. The salon also provides training courses. The reasons for my objections are as detailed in the letter of objection, which in summary I contend the proposed change of use is contrary to the local development plan policies OP1 and OP2. This change of use will adversely impact on my business. Aesthetic services require quiet and tranquility. We offer sensitive laser therapy, which uses equipment valued in excess of £60,000. Vibration and noise consequent upon this change of use has the potential to require us to reset this equipment and could have health and safety implications for our operation. When you add cooking odours, smoke and noise, these impacts will also have potential to lose our business its Gold Salon Award. These will also adversely impact on my front of house presentation, which could lead to loss of client. Emissions include dust, smoke, cooking and fat smells will adversely impact on the environment inside my business. The hot food development will without a doubt include a large extractor unit required by environmental health, which will be controlled by a motorised fan on a timing control throughout the day. I have invested heavily to create a tranquil area within my salon, massage chairs, subdued lighting, and there is no way that I can mitigate against the impact of this extractor. I take air into my building from outside of the building, which will now be contaminated. I could lose long-established clients built up over numerous years who choose my salon for the services we provide and its unique high-quality environment. The siting of their proposed vents will adversely impact on the business's own air intake. This will impact adversely on our internal environment and potential health of our clients who will be sitting stationary for over 3 to 4 hours and staff. This development is clearly not compatible with the character of the amenity of this area and my existing business. Further, whilst your report intimates no roads objections, I have to point out that entrance to this proposed takeaway and restaurant is right on what is effectively a 3-way junction with yellow lines and 2 disabled parking bays. Whilst parking is nearby, this is well used Monday to Saturday 9 AM to 5 PM and very busy. Takeaway users' behaviours are well known for wanting to be as close to the door of the takeaway as possible, and I can foresee double parking taking place with all of the attending risks to pedestrians and traffic. If members are unsure of the exact location, a visit and visual inspection will clearly evidence my concerns. Whilst I recognise the Council's commitment to bond and flood mitigation measures, they are still some years away. This part of the White Sands regularly floods, and this change of use has potential to add to the water contamination. In my objection, I've highlighted that the Council wishes to continue to identify and protect established businesses, and this puts mine at risk along with the training opportunities and apprenticeships I offer. Further, this salon attracts clients from outside the region, and indeed I have clients who travel internationally for our services. It's taken over 20 years, and after a conscious decision of mine to return to my hometown after managing a prestigious Vidal Sassoon salon in Leeds and substantial amount of money to build the business to its existing level, to establish its international recognition and to provide a high service. I am at the conflict with a hot food takeaway below. I'm just going to summarise this, Chair, because I have gone over the 3 minutes. I have long-standing clients with respiratory conditions who have advised that they sadly may no longer be able to attend. It might be that I have to rethink my business plan and move out of Dumfries Town Centre. Mr Brown's also asked that members consider a site visit.
Thanks for that, Tracy.
And a second statement is from the agent for the applicant, which is, with reference to the above application, we wish to point out the benefits of a positive planning decision. Pepe's Piri Piri chicken outlets currently have 132 restaurants throughout Great Britain, with approximately 70 to 80 new restaurants planned for this year. A new outlet will employ a minimum of 15 employees at a time when unemployment is high due to the pandemic. By granting planning permission, a vacant unit will be brought back into use. This will result in an increased level of footfall in the area, which will benefit the other existing shops. The proposed use is what you would expect to find in a town centre location, and we would thank you for the opportunity to have this read at the committee. Look forward to hearing the outcome from the meeting.
Thanks very much, Tracy. And again, apologies to you for overlooking that particular element of the application. Okay, members, so we're in session now and we have a request from the objector to conduct a site visit. That's wholly in the gift of members. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Chair. I think John Campbell's his hands up as well, Chairman. But just I would support that as a taken for us to fully consider the points that have just been made in the letters of representation from Mr Brown. I think we need a site visit. It's a well-established business that's been proved. It may well be a detriment to the potential use of this, but and I think in order to fully consider and take a position on it as a council, we should defer for a site visit. I'll move that formally. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ian. And what would the site visit achieve?
It would let us to see the potential visual impacts and the points that have been raised as part of the representations made by Mr Brown.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell and Councillor Drysdale.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would second Councillor Carruthers for a site visit. My biggest concern here is the number of food outlets that seem to be concentrated in the northern end of the White Sands. You know what I mean, from Buccleuch Street all the way down to Bank Street. You've got so many food outlets. Not that I'm against food outlets per se, but it's just a concentration. Now, there's been a number of issues that have been raised by other members during discussion earlier on. And obviously there's some members aren't fully aware of the location or how detrimental this could be. So a site visit would probably be the safest thing for members to fully understand this application. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, John. So that's a proposal and a seconder for a site visit. I now have Pauline Drysdale, John Martin, Archie and Jim McComb in that order.
It's actually fine, Chair. Thank you very much. I was just going to second Councillor Carruthers. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that, Pauline. John Martin. You're muted, John.
I'll go with, as I say, we don't have a site visit because I don't see what we're going to gain out of this. Like, as I say, Mr Brown, a lot of the stuff he said in his statement was completely factually inaccurate. His business that he's had for 20 years was further up the White Sands, just across from where the toilet block is. It was his sister Jackie, who unfortunately died a few years ago, had the business there. It wasn't a hairdresser's, etc. And as I say, it was just a beauty parlour, like where my niece used to work in. As I say, so I don't think there's any need for a site visit. And I think Mr Brown was inaccurate with quite a few of his statements. He made quite a few things that he said in his statement there, because his business that he had before his sister died was further up the sands, and then he moved into that premises 2 or 3 years ago. Thank you.
Thanks for that, John. I take it you'll be happy if we just say that you propose us to go with officer recommendation, without a site visit.
Without a site visit, yeah.
Thank you. Archie and then Jim McComb.
Thanks, Chair. I think obviously I'm happy to second Councillor Martin for not having a site visit. I think we've got enough information in front of us to make a decision today.
However, I think the process is, rather than go with the recommendation, we've got to go into a vote if there's a proposal and an amendment for a site visit.
We've got to do that first, yes. So Jim McComb, please.
Thanks, Chair. I've heard enough concern with regard to potential land use conflict to, in my mind, justify a site visit. So I would be happy enough to support Ian's motion.
Okay, thanks very much, Jim. So that's straightforward enough. We have a motion from Ian Carruthers, seconded by John Campbell, for a site visit. And we have an amendment by John Martin, seconded by Archie Dryborough. We have sufficient information before us today to determine this application. So on that basis, can we go to the vote, Tracy, please? And can you just clarify for everyone what the process is, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you outlined, motion is proposed by Councillor Ian Carruthers, seconded by Councillor John Campbell, to defer consideration of the application to allow for a site visit to be arranged, and the amendment by Councillor John Martin, seconded by Councillor Archie Dryborough, to determine the application to date without a site visit. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Tracy. My vote is the amendment.
Vice Chair.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Dryborough.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hislop.
Amendment.
Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor McGregor.
Amendment.
Councillor McClelland.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin.
You're muted, John. Can you say?
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
Motion.
Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
And Councillor Young.
Amendment.
And the amendment carries 11 votes to 9, so the application will be determined today.
Thanks very much for that, Tracy. Okay, so we go back to the business in hand. Councillor Dryborough did offer a view, but sadly I didn't realise it was still in questions to case office at the time. So, Councillor Dryborough, you want to come back with your...
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I'm sorry for pushing you. Sorry for pushing you down that line about mixing up career and that sort of thing. But obviously, I think the recommendations as is should go forward here. I'm happy to recommend that to the committee.
Thank you.
I would second that.
John Martin. I've got Jane Maitland now, please. So it's been proposed by Archie Dryborough, seconded by John Martin, that we go with office recommendations. I've now got Jane Maitland, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I would push my suggestion that we actually try to mend the arrangements of the windows at the front there. I mean, the critical thing that the objector is saying is that he feels that there will be a downgrade of quality, really. And, you know, I think that's what Dumfries is desperately trying to achieve, is an increase in high quality surroundings and a pleasure to go into the town and enjoy its buildings. And I would respectfully suggest to members that actually you don't need to worry about there being a change because, of course, that will require a planning application. Unless I'm wrong, I do stand to be corrected about that. But I think if anybody wanted to change the windows up above or the appearance of the site, it would have to be come through us or through officers. So I would urge you actually to accept the recommendation. I think it's absolutely right, but to insist on a higher quality of the surroundings in Dumfries. Otherwise, we're not doing the right thing by Dumfries.
So we have two members looking to propose or to support the recommendations as set out. Do you have an alternative you want to put forward, Jane, or do you want to appeal to these two members to include a change in their proposal?
Well, I would go with what Jane said, and I seconded the motion.
Archie?
Yeah, I'm happy to, for that discussion to happen with officers and delegate that to officers as is.
Jane, are you happy to delegate to officers that were not satisfied at the proposal and we want a better standard of finishes to these windows? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, yes, I think Mr. Duncan put forward a very good suggestion, and I would simply go with the contents of his explanation in answer to my question.
Robert, are you with us on what Councillor Maitland's trying to achieve here?
Yes, Chair, I'm still here. The question was about how to ensure an appropriate detail and to try and match in with the finishes and the rest of the building to present a more harmonic kind of appearance. Excuse me. And I had suggested a form of words that we could put into a condition if members were so minded. That meant we had to agree something that would respect the detailing, the proportions, the dimensions, and the colour of the window and door details to the rest of the building, so that it would harmonise and appear as a whole, because the existing elevations to the Molson Brown premises are considered to be okay.
Happy with that, Jane, if we allow Robert to progress in that manner?
Absolutely happy. Thank you very much, Chairman.
And you're joining that, Chair, content as well?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. In that case, we have a proposal. Do we have any alternative views, members? If no, Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee subject to the amendment that members have agreed to, or the adjustment that members have agreed to, please?
Thanks, Chair. So members have agreed to approve the application with a condition to be added, which is on the detail for the proportion, dimensions and colour of the doors and windows proposed to harmonise with the building as a whole.
And that will be delegated to officers?
Yes, but it'll be a condition attached to the planning permission.
That's great. Thank you. That's super. Thanks, Tracy. Okay, members, we move on to agenda item number 7. An application for the erection of single-storey extension dwelling house and erection of garden room, partially retrospective, at 6 Kelwood Road, Dumfries. The application type's full application. The applicant is Mr. Burton. The recommendation is to approve unconditionally. Case officer Beth Halliday. The reference number is 2121/0332/full. Beth, if you're with us, do you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. The reason this application is before you today is because the applicant is an immediate relative of a council officer directly involved in the statutory planning process. I'll now go through the presentation. Kelwood Road, 6 Kelwood Road, in a residential area. There is one commercial building to the northwest of the site, but generally is within, a residential area. Next slide, please. And a block plan just homing into the site to show the location of the proposed single-storey extension, and also a garden room to the rear. The garden room to the rear has been built, and that's why the application is partially retrospective. Next slide, please. So this is the existing elevation, showing it as a single-storey semi-detached dwelling house with the neighbour number 8 to the side. Next slide, please. And again, an existing floor plan it's showing to the bottom part of it, it's showing the wooden structure, the lean-to structure that's already in place at the moment, which is partially where they are wanting to have a part of the new extension. Next slide, please. And then the proposed elevations showing the single-storey extension to the front, and you can also see the roof slope of the extension to the side. Next slide, please. And again, this is looking from the rear garden. You can see the side, part of the side elevation where at the moment the existing wooden structure is, and again to the side. Next slide, please. And then the extension floor plan showing the new lounge area with an additional bedroom area. Next slide, please. This is the garden room elevation. As I say, it is in place, and it is sited to the rear, adjacent to the boundary wall or boundary fence of the property. Next slide, please. And again, the side elevations. Next slide, please. And again, this is showing the floor plan of the garden room in the rear garden. Next slide, please. So this is the application site, just showing it from Kelwood Road, showing both the application site where the blue car is parked and the immediate neighbour number 8. And there are 2 parking spaces. The white van is in one of them to the front, and then there's a parking space that's actually attached to number 6, the application site. Next slide, please. And then again, just showing the number 6, but showing number 4 to the side, and just showing the change in the projection where number 4 is coming out considerably in relation to number 6. Next slide, please. And again, just showing Kelwood Road, you can see the 2 parking spaces more clearly there, and down on the right-hand side behind the trees is the commercial premises. Next slide, please. And again, just showing the projection of number 4. Next slide, please. This is the bollards that have been placed where the dog leg going round into Barnton Place, showing that apart from the one other property, which is just onto the right-hand side of that picture, there's no vertical access that goes on into Barnton Place anymore. Next slide, please. And again, that's showing that property that I was mentioning in the earlier photo, and just behind the white van are those bollards. Next slide, please. This is showing the garden room extension. It's been built, but I think the finishes are still to be finished because they were told that they required permission and stop works at that point. Next slide, please. And again, it's not a particularly good picture, but again, just showing it from another angle. Next slide, please. And this is me under the wooden structure at the side of the dwelling house, looking up towards the garden room. Thank you. The application has one representation which is detailed in 3.1 of the report. The representations mention noise during construction and also overshadowing, and that is addressed in the report. And the application is recommended for approval without conditions. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks for that report. Members, any questions for our case officer? Looks like your lucky day, Beth. Members, we have no representation for item 7 and no questions for the case officer. We're in session. If there are no views being promoted, I will take it that we unanimously support the officer's recommendation, in which case I will ask Tracy to confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy.
Thank you, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application unconditionally.
Thanks very much. Members, now, as I intimated earlier, we're going to go to agenda item 10. There are 2 elected members looking to speak to us on this matter. So we will go to that, and then we will probably stop for a comfort break and a lunch after that. So we're on agenda item 10, members, now. And this is a number of consultations. So the first is A, consultation regarding an application made under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 to install install a 132 kilovolt overhead electricity line on steel towers, maximum height 39.09 meters AGL, and ancillary works. B, consultation regarding an application made under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 to install a 132 kilovolt overhead electricity line on wood poles, maximum height 17.24 meters ALG, and ancillary works. C, consultation regarding an application made under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 to install a 132 kilovolt overhead electricity line on wood poles, maximum height 116.74 meters AGL, and ancillary works. Consultation C, consultation regarding an application made under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 to install a 132 kilovolt overhead electricity line on wood poles, maximum height 116.74 meters AGL, and ancillary works. D, consultation regarding an application made under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 to install a 132 kilovolt overhead electricity line on steel towers, maximum height 35.13 meters AGL, and ancillary works, representing a deviation of the existing route. And E, consultation regarding an application made under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 to install a 135 kilovolt overhead electricity line on steel towers, maximum height 32.13 meters AGL, and ancillary works. I did at the start of the meeting today invite members to declare an interest, and Councillor Drysdale did, on this agenda item on the basis that she'd made her feelings well known in the public domain, and that Jackie McCammon would be speaking to the committee on her behalf and on behalf of her community. That will happen in due course. We'll first of all get the case officer to explain the application in some detail, and then Jackie McCammon and Councillor Dougie Campbell will be invited to address the committee. So, having said that, and probably better that Chris McTeer comes in now and leads us through this somewhat lengthy application. Chris, if you're there, can you come in and do your presentation, please?
Thanks very much, Chair. Can you hear me okay, yeah?
Absolutely fine.
Okay, I'll begin as I always do with the why in this instance, and the applications today are in front of members as proposals from the Scottish Ministers under Section 37 of the Electricity Act, required to be presented to members of the Planning Applications Committee under the Council's existing scheme of delegation. And it's important to note that the council aren't the decision-making authority. In this case, we are a statutory consultee in this instance. Can I have the first slide, please? Okay, so looking at the location plan, the proposal is for the replacement of an existing 132 kilovolt overhead transmission line between Polquanity in the north, through the existing Glenlee substation and south on to the substation at Tongland in the south of the slide. There, the replacement OHLs and the supporting steel towers associated with them currently connect 5 existing hydroelectric power stations serving Dumfries and Galloway and Ayrshire with electricity. The network as existing was constructed in the 1930s and is considered to be at the end of its operational life. Next slide, please. Okay, so looking at the proposed routes forming part of the proposal, it's important to note, as the chair read out at the beginning, the proposals form 5 separate consultations numbered A to E in your reports. A to D are in the north, at the sort of the north of the slide there, between Polquanity and Glenlee. They're located more or less within the Glen Kens Valley and the Galloway Hills. The route, as you can see, forms a roughly linear pattern running north to south. The route is bounded generally by the A762 and Loch Ken to the east and the eastern periphery of the Galloway Forest Park. To the west. If we can have the next slide, please. Looking at the northern section in a little more detail, members will see the coloured corridors forming the plan just on the right-hand side of the slide there. So different consultations are coloured differently. You can see also the dotted line, or the sort of the dashed line through there represents sections of current overhead line which are to be removed. Next slide, please. So the new overhead lines are a mixture of steel lattice towers and wooden poles, wooden trident poles. There's 2 different types of tower. As you can see here, the first one is the L7 pylon type, which carries or will carry 13 wires. Next slide. And also utilising the L4 pylon type, which would carry 7 wires. Now, the tower heights for the steel pylons here vary in height depending on the location in the landscape, between 23 and 39 metres in height above the ground level. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of the 2 pylon types as built elsewhere. Next slide. So this is just an example of the trident wood poles which are proposed, and they will vary in height between 9 and 17 metres in height, with the average running at roughly 15 metres above ground height. Next slide, please. And again, just an example of what you can see as built. Next slide, please. This is an important one to look at as well, and it's something that was included in the cumulative landscape picture that came in as part of the LVIA and the EIA that came with the proposals. As I mentioned, the OHLs will support electricity transmission from 5 existing hydropower stations, but you can also see that there is a significant amount of wind farm development in that particular area. Some in the planning system currently, some approved, and it's anticipated that the upgraded network would carry some of the additional electricity from these. But also in terms of the landscape picture, these were included in the cumulative assessment. Next slide, please. So looking at the satellite imagery in these ones, this is the north section. The coloured squares that members can see, or hopefully can see in these, is the Polquanity to Glenlee via Kendoon line. The coloured circles in the picture, that's the wooden pole route between Carsfad to Kendoon. The black squares that you can see are existing towers that will be removed as part of the proposal. The next slide, please. This is just showing the southern section in some detail. So where you can see the sort of the 2 dotted lines deviating, that's just to the south of Glenlee substation. So the consultation number E is the one that runs from Glenlee to Tongland, so that's represented by the red squares you can see to the west of Loch Ken. The black squares going to the east is the what's known as the R route, and those are a line of pylons that will be removed. Just in case members are wondering, the sort of the small dotted lines to either side represent the outer edge of the 5 kilometre study area, which form part of the LVIA and various other assessments that formed part of this proposal. Have the next slide, please. Again, this just shows the route of the lines to be removed and the new line between Glenlee and Tongland. Next slide, please. We're just moving further south to the point where the two lines meet. And the next slide, please. And this is it down to its sort of terminal point at, says Ken Doon, it should actually be Tongland. That's an error in the slide there. Next one, please. So what I've included in there is a ZTV, which members will be familiar with, various wind farm applications and things. So ZTV, for members present who aren't in the Planning Applications Committee, is a zone of theoretical visibility. In this instance, this is a bare earth ZTV, so this shows visibility without intervening landforms, so hills, trees are excluded. This would just be as if the landscape were perfectly flat, but it does show where the visibility will be from. So the darker areas in the slide there show visibility of the overhead line to the north of Glenlee, or the overhead line proposals to the north of Glenlee, with the lighter areas showing all developments in this case. Next slide. This one's showing a view further south. So the yellow sections in there, hopefully that's reproduced okay, show the R route, or visibility of the what's called the current R route. So those are the existing line of pylons to the east of Loch Ken. So that's visibility of those existing pylons to be removed. And again, the darker area shows the OHL north of Glenlee, with the lighter area showing all development. Next slide. Again, as I say, the colours just as the previous slide. Again, next slide, please. And the next slide, please. And again, the next slide, please. Next slide. So moving on to viewpoints now, I'll give my usual caveat with looking at views and viewpoints in the presentation. Normally they are best viewed in either hard copy or on a screen. I haven't included every single viewpoint that was included in the LVIA in the interests of expediency, because there were quite a lot. But what I have done is try to give representative views of the proposal in both short and long range. There is a particular way that I went through these, so they'll all follow the same format. So looking at the first viewpoint here, which is actually Pokwanity looking south, distance to the closest pylon, so to speak, is 0.19 kilometres. Now, what we've got here, the top photograph shows the baseline, so that's the landscape as existing, and I've also given the proposed wire line is underneath, so that's the proposal. There's also a proposed montage which we'll go on to, and I've added wire lines where necessary, just to provide a bit of clarification, because sometimes the proposed montage doesn't always show the picture clearly. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. So that's the proposed montage just from viewpoint 1. And the next slide, please. Okay, so viewpoint 2 is a place called Dunduke, and this is looking south, adjacent to the A713, with the nearest proposed pylon 0.4 kilometres away. Next slide. And again, that's just the montage in a bit more detail. Next slide, please. Viewpoint 3 is from the Polmadie settlement. Now, the Polmadie settlement is an archaeological feature in the landscape, and this is located to the west of viewpoint 2, at a distance of 0.2 kilometres from the nearest pylon. The existing view on the top and the wireline underneath gives an indication of how the pylons sit relative to the forestry there. Next slide, please. And you can see the pylon there relative to the forestry. Next viewpoint. So this is viewpoint 5. This is a longer range view. This is adjacent to the B7000 west of Glenhull Hill, 1.12 kilometres from the nearest pylon. This gives an indication of the overhead lines in the northern landscape looking across Carsfad Loch. And the line runs right to left, and that's running south from Kendoon substation. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. So that's the montage there. Next slide. That's just an indication. That gives a slightly better view of the proposed infrastructure in the landscape. And the next slide, please. And the next one. And the next slide. Going to viewpoint 6, this is adjacent again to the A713 near Knockalling Wood, looking north towards Carsfad Loch, distance to the nearest pylon 0.15 kilometres. As you can see, the OHLs are screened by natural vegetation, and you can see the proposals are in the top left of the slide. The next slide is a view looking south towards Elston. The top shows the existing infrastructure. And the next slide, please. So this shows existing and proposed in the wire line. Next slide. Again, this is just a montage. This is the proposal. Oh, that's okay. Skip on to the next one. Thank you. Viewpoint 7 from the Southern Upland Way. This is to the northwest of Dalry, so south of Elston Loch. So these viewpoints, or the next couple of slides, will be looking in an arc north to south, and they are a distance of approximately 0.25 kilometres from the nearest pylon. Next. So the second one, the bottom slide, shows various wind farms in the distance, just to the horizon there. And the next slide. Again, showing slightly longer range views of the pylons. Next slide. This is the montage. So this is what the proposal is going to look like. You can see the line running left to right. And next. And this is just further round again. Next slide. And the next one. Next slide, please. And the next one. Viewpoint 8 is to the west of Dalry, approximately 0.7 kilometres from the nearest pylon, and the montage here shows the pylons and the trident poles, and the next slide should show the wire line, just as a bit more clarity. The pylons, obviously the larger parts of infrastructure there, and the wooden poles are in, I think it's red, but you can see them slightly smaller scale. And the next slide, please. So viewpoint 11 is from an unclassified road to the southwest of Glenlee substation, a distance approximately 0.27 kilometres from the nearest turbine. This is where we start to see the beginning of the new Glenlee to Tongland section of the overhead lines. The next slide, please. And the next slide, please. And the next. Next. And again, next slide, please. And the next slide, please. Viewpoint 14 on the A712 or the Queensway, looking west, just to the west of New Galloway. And if you have a look at top left-hand corner of the screen or the montage, you focus on the next slide, please. You should see. All right. Okay. Sorry. So this is the montage. I have actually put an arrow in. You can see the proposed pylons just underneath the blue arrow. And the next slide, if you look at that area, shows an area of additional planting to go in there to help screen the development from that particular viewpoint. Next slide. Viewpoint 16 is a core path within the Galloway Forest Park near Tanach Flow, and that's approximately 0.46 kilometres from the nearest pylon. And the next slide, please. So that's showing the montage. This is what it's going to look like. And the next slide is another view from inside the Galloway Forest Park. It's a slightly longer range view. This one is at Otter Pool, which is to the south of Benbrack, a distance of 1.96 kilometres from the nearest pylon. This one gives a slightly longer range view, screened in the main by vegetation and trees. Next slide, please. Viewpoint 21 is at Mossdale, west of Loch Ken. This view is looking north to south, a distance of 0.8 kilometres from the nearest pylon. And the next slide, please. And the next slide, please. So this is the proposed montage. You can see the towers just poking out of the skyline there. And the next slide, please. So that's the wire line shown it in a bit more detail. And the next slide, please. And again. And the next slide, please. Viewpoint 22, this is from Core Path 486. So this is the Mossdale to Gatehouse Station Railway Walk, a distance of 1.79 kilometres from the nearest pylon, and you can see the pylon line running in the wire line underneath the baseline picture there. And the next slide. And again. And again, this should be the wire line, just as a bit of clarity. Next slide. Viewpoint 26, Kennickburn picnic area. This is in Lauriston Forest, at a distance of 0.23 kilometres from the nearest pylon. Next slide, please. And again, this is the montage in this case. And again, showing the wire line. Next slide, please. Viewpoint 28 from the A782 to the south of Lauriston, at a distance of 0.14 kilometres from the nearest pylon. Next slide, please. And again. And the next slide, please. Okay, so this is a view from Nielsen's Monument on Barstow Brick Hill. Apologies for the pronunciation there. This is obviously a a hill of fairly significant views out from. So you can see in the wireline underneath the extent of the new OHL running from Glenlee to Tongland. Next slide, please. So that's views from either side of Nielsen's Monument. Next slide, please. And again. And the next one, this should be the wire lines. Oh no, it's not. Okay, so the previous slides are showing the new overhead line development, but part of the proposals, as outlined in the report, is to remove approximately 43 kilometres of existing overhead line infrastructure. So this is a view west of Loch Ken. Gives a slightly longer range view. So the baseline picture, although it's not very clear and it's slightly clearer in the wireline underneath, these are, or this is the next few slides are showing the pylons that are to be removed. Next slide, please. So that just shows the wireline in a bit more detail. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. Viewpoint 19, this is near Parton House, so this is on the east bank of Loch Ken. The pylons, as you can see, in the distance on the hills. The next slide, please. And the next slide, please. Obviously, this one shows the landscape as it will look like with the pylons removed. Next slide. Viewpoint 25, and these are the last viewpoints in the presentation. This is from the A713 at Parton Mill Bridge. Obviously, what you can see in the top and bottom pictures are the existing pylons. And the next slide. And this is the view after the pylons have been removed. Next slide. Okay, so that's all the visuals that I have for you just now. In summary, just if I may, the overall the proposals are national development. They're included in National Planning Framework 3, NPF 3. So there is an acceptance of the principle of this type of development at Scottish Government level. The existing line as it is just now is nearing the end of its life, and the proposal will allow for the distribution of electricity from renewable sources, assisting with zero carbon objectives. I feel that I should point out that even at 39 metres above ground level, the sort of tallest pylons are much smaller in the landscape than things like wind turbines. More importantly, they are quite static. There are pros and cons to these proposals. Clearly, there will be winners and losers for these. There will be people who will have had views of the landscape without any transmission infrastructure in it, and suddenly we're going to have the overhead lines there. Similarly, there will be views of the landscape that had pylons in them that will not have them in after the removal. As I say, there are pros and cons to both sides of this. For the reasons outlined in the report, it is recommended that the Council don't object to these consultations, and I'm happy as ever to answer any questions that members may have. Thank you.
You're on mute, Jim.
My apologies. Nobody in my better days. No, thanks very much for that, Chris. We are starting to consultees. We have a role to play, and I'm sure members will fulfil that role perfectly. I'm looking for questions at this stage, for questions to the case officer, if there are any. Councillor McKee.
This is something that's been going on for a long time, isn't it? And I'm sure that it was in the papers many months ago. Is there any reason why underground wasn't thought, or underground's not being pursued rather than miles and miles of overhead cable?
Chris?
Yeah, this scheme has, or certainly the proposal for this has been around a long time. The council's involvement with this predates my time with the council. It goes back to about 2015, when the scheme was originally proposed. In terms of undergrounding, Scottish Power Networks did offer an explanation as to why undergrounding wasn't being pursued. It was information that they published as part of the consultation exercise, and it was included in the EIA. The short answer to that is cost. It's something that they felt they couldn't pursue, but bearing in mind, we have to look at the consultations that are before us rather than the ones that we might wish to see. So we are looking at the pylons rather than looking at taking a view on whether undergrounding was was necessary or not. It's not something that we actively looked at.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. I've got Jeff Lever, then Jim McComb, then John Young. Jeff, please.
Is there any reason why the applicant didn't follow the original route? As you say, people have got used to the pylons where they are. It'd be a lot less intrusive, I would have thought, if they just effectively renew the existing route.
Chris?
It was, I mean, the part of the EIA as it came in was there was a very large section devoted to how they arrived at the position that they did, and they felt that the requirement for this is certainly beefed up infrastructure, so they felt that it was a better option for them, bearing in mind that the route of certainly the line from the Glenlee substation to Tongland is shorter than the one that's being removed. It's shorter than the one that's already there.
Shorter in height or shorter in distance?
Shorter in distance. Sorry.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Jeff. I've got Jim McComb.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of points, Chris. How many steel lattice towers will actually be erected?
Chris?
I couldn't give you a figure off the top of my head. It is in the detail of the application. I didn't specifically pull that out into the report. Apologies for that one.
Guesstimate.
I estimate it's in the region of 170. I may be out in that, Chris, but I think approximately one every 250 or 300 meters.
Yes. I mean, sometimes so the sort of the average. The average distance is between 200 and 300 meters, but it can be up to 350 meters between them, depending if it's crossing particular features in the landscape.
It's certainly a fair number of towers, anyway.
Yeah.
So Jim's can you estimate it'll be close enough for the discussion purposes?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
The second point, Chris. There's a very short section of 250 meters in the vicinity of Glenlee substation, which is being undergrounded. Do you know why that section is underground or is planned to be?
It's just it's where it runs in to the substation rather than bringing it in. I think I think it's covering. If you can think back to we had an application in front of members back in August last year for an extension to the existing substation at Glenlee. There is a fairly significant amount of apparatus and wires in that particular vicinity. There's lots of sort of rivers, trees, and features in the landscape there. So it's yeah, I think it's just purely in terms of not having too much coming in overhead at that particular point. But as you say, it's in terms of the overall application, it is a relatively short sort of distance of line that's going in to the substation there.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Chris.
Thanks, Jim. Oh, you more to do?
No, that's me.
Thanks, Jim. John Young, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Chris, for your presentation. In your slides, you seem to indicate that some of the pylons will be screened by trees and by planting. Is it not the case, though, that down the line, the vegetation directly underneath the lines will be cleared of trees, etc., and there'll be quite a visually distracting corridor underneath the wires? I wonder if you could tell me how wide this cleared corridor would be underneath these wires, Chris. Thank you.
It's yeah, no problem. Yes, I'm not saying in all circumstances that the wires would be hidden from view by landform. I mean, in some, I suppose it depends on where you are in the landscape. There is a requirement for way leaves to be cut through existing forestry. Off the top of my head, I think it's about 150 metres or so. It could be slightly less than that, but it's certainly no more than 150 metres wide in terms of creating the way leave through. As I indicated in at least one of the slides, there are areas of replanting that will be that form part of the ancillary works with this. So yeah, there is a requirement to run the OHLs through bits of the forest park. So yeah, it would require a way leave to be put through. So yes, you would see that corridor, and you would see the line running through it.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, John. Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Chris, for going through the report. I mean, obviously, this is major infrastructure we're talking about, and whether it's dual carriageways or broadband or electricity, they're all things that we need to that bring jobs to the area, but also we need to support our communities and businesses. But however, with this particular report, I'm looking at page 106, I think it is, where it outlines the relevant development plan policies under which this is considered, and the statutory supplementary guidance and other material considerations. But what I don't see in there is anything that links to this council's climate emergency priority specifically. And of course, one of the commitments within that is to promote and protect our region's natural environment. And obviously there's a 12-point plan, etc. And I'm sure there'll be other speakers will touch on that today. So while this is yet to be determined in terms of our response as a consultee, and I don't envy the Energy Consents Unit in making a fair decision on this, I do wonder how we as a council, and through the planning authority as the appropriate committee, capture the council's position and whether or not we've addressed the climate emergency priority that we have, and if we've given sufficient weight within the report to the biodiversity elements and protecting the natural environment aspects of the climate, our priority. So I appreciate we have an LDP2 and we've got other things that we've got agreed, but it is this council's priority as well. And I know that was in 2019 after the publication of the LDP2. What material weight should we give to that? And do you think that's fairly represented in the report? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it is. I have made it at least I think I've made it quite clear in the report. Sort of paragraphs 4.10 to 4.12, sort of discussing part of the principle of development. As I mentioned at the beginning, there's national policy support for this. We do recognise that LDP2 doesn't have policies that specifically cover this, so we have to look at it from our more overarching policies. But I have made a couple of mentions of parts of the particular paragraphs in LDP2 that support infrastructure and renewable energy for that. In terms of the biodiversity and the impacts on the landscape, that is covered in part towards the end of the report, bearing in mind that impacts on where are we? Natural heritage impact is paragraphs 4.122 and 4.123. Although we would look at those as part of, if this were a planning application, we would probably have a bit more to say on this. But as we're a consultee, in this case, Nature Scot, or formerly Scottish Natural Heritage, they sort of take up the commentary on that, so to speak. So in terms of things like the triple SIs, the River Dee Marshes SPA, it's for them to provide a response to the Scottish ministers, which they have done, and I looked over SNH's response whilst I was compiling the report. So I've tried to include, references to LDP2 sort of where I can, recognising that we don't have specific policies in this. It's not like where we have wind energy, where we have a specific policy with sort of different points of consideration for that. So we're very much kind of looking at the sort of the kind of the wider picture in terms of LDP2. I hope that answers the question. I'm happy for you to come back on that one if you need to.
Thanks,
Stephen, you want to come back? I presume the question you're really asking is, why is the climate emergency not referred to specifically? But maybe that's more for David City or Steve Rogers than Chris, because it should be a consideration in all plan applications of this type. But Chris or Stephen, do you want to come back to Chris?
Yeah, well, no, thanks, Chris, and thank you, Chair. I think you've sort of caught where I was going, which is really given that all you've really got in your armoury, I suppose, is the LDP2, because as yet our climate emergency, while it's a council priority, isn't necessarily embedded fully in our planning policy, although it should underpin things. So given that we're not the determining authority and we're actually a consultee in this respect, how can we better capture the view of the council, the wider council, to include the elements of the climate emergency priority and the plan elements around biodiversity? Would that be competent to do? And I don't know whether that would still mean we don't object or we do object, but however, I'm just conscious that we haven't captured our view, even though we have appealed to other national bodies for their view, in a sense, in the report. So maybe it is a question for David Sutty, I'm not sure.
No, I think you're right, and I think if we were minded to object as consultees, and we might want to introduce that into an objection, that would form part of it. We have a climate emergency declaration, although it's maybe no national policy yet, but that would be something we would want to do. And I think the discussion for Chris and David and Steve Rogers and whoever else is involved is how we introduce that into the planning system as a consideration when applications of this type come forward. But do you want to just kind of summarise for Steve and Chris before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I've tried to capture everything that that I could in terms of our own LDP2 policy. With hindsight, maybe I should have mentioned the climate emergency a bit more with that, but I do think, sort of by referring back to the renewable energy policy, or the sort of the paragraph on renewable energy, and I did sort of allude to that in the report as well, in terms of linking up to additional wind farm development as well. The hydroelectric schemes obviously would contribute towards sort of zero carbon targets that, you know, presumably we have at council level and at national level as well. Yeah, with hindsight, I could potentially have added that in, but the report is as it is at the moment.
No, absolutely, Chris. That's absolutely fine. I'll just ask David if there's anything to add before we move on. I have a couple of speakers yet, but you want to add anything to that, David, when we're on this particular subject?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think both Councillor Thompson and Chris summed up those issues pretty well. The only thing I would add is that basically the overarching, there's the LDP2 here, the overarching ethos behind the whole document is to look at sustainable development. And if you look at paragraph 110, for example, it goes on about the need to tackle climate change, and in particular reduced emissions of greenhouse gases that contribute to it as a principal challenge to sustainable economic growth. The Climate Change Scotland Act 2009 and other recent legislation provide the broad background for factors such as design, operation, so on it goes. So I mean, it is actually embedded within the whole ethos of LDP2. You could take actually the view that the climate change declaration by the council is actually exactly the same principle as behind LDP2. So I agree with Chris, it was perhaps something that we should have more expressly stated in the report, but it's implicitly part of the overall development plan.
Perfect, David, that's great. So we have another 4 registered speakers. I've got Ian Blake, Ian Carruthers, Henry McClelland, Doug Fairbairn, and I've got a 5th one now, Jane Maitland. So Ian Blake, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Chris. It's a couple of points. One of the first ones was fairly early on when you were describing to everybody about the ZTV, what it was. I'm fairly sure that you said it excludes trees and buildings, and I'm fairly certain you said it excludes hills, which I'm rather surprised at with the ZTV. You can maybe clarify that one. And secondly, where I understand when you said we should forget about the fact about undergrounding, when that's not part of this report, I think it's difficult to exclude that, because we could hardly turn around to the Scottish Government and say we object to electricity lines in its entirety. I think we would, as an authority, we would need to make some sort of suggestion of an alternative, and that the only other alternative that I could think of is undergrounding. So it's just these 2 points. Thank you.
I'll get Chris to come in, but I think what Chris was saying was it's not part of the report, which is right. That's not to say that you can't object and say you want it undergrounded, which is fairly reasonable. Well, I would argue it's fairly reasonable. But Chris is right, it's not in the report. You can't consider what's not in the report. You as members can make a recommendation or an objection at the conclusion of the debate, and that would include a discussion about undergrounding. But I think Chris's point was simply that it's not in the report, therefore it doesn't form part of the deliberations, if you like, but certainly something that we're absolutely entitled to discuss and consider. I hope that's what I'm trying to say. Chris, do you want to respond to Ian?
Yeah, I would echo that point, Chair. We are looking at the application that's in front of us rather than the one that we may wish to see. And again, that would be for members to discuss in their deliberations. Just going back to the first point, I should have said, yeah, the Bare Earth ZTV would include hills, but doesn't include things like trees and what have you. So I would just clarify that point. Sorry.
Thanks, Chris. You content with that, Ian?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Ian Carruthers next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just be very brief. So, Councillor Blake, it'll maybe come out through the discussion later on, but Councillor Blake's picked up in the first bit in regards to undergrounding. But I did hear you, Chris, I'm sure you saying that was mainly due to overgrounding, so it was mainly due to the cause. That may be the case, or maybe not. Maybe that was the alignment, the preferred route that's been taken. That'll maybe come out as part of the further discussion. And the point where Councillor Thompson's picked up on is, I think if we go to have a discussion about our council's priorities, it has to be all 5 and all planning aligned to that. Build the local economy, obviously number 1. Hold that as our first priority, first and foremost. So I think if we're talking about climate change, we'll have to talk about all 5 and the potential links and what that means in real terms in relation to planning. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ian. I think that may be just an observation rather than a question for Chris. And I know we'll come back to it in debate, Ian. Henry McClellan, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Chris. Chris, would it be possible to go back to the slide that shows the current wind farm and proposed developments in relation to the existing line and the proposed line? Then I'll ask a question when I see the slide.
Okay. Yep. I think Lara's just going back through the presentation there.
Chair, slide 108, if that helps.
Yeah, I think that may have been it there, was it? I've just passed it.
Next one, Lara. That one, aye. Please, aye.
Yeah, I'm just, it's maybe an observation leading to a question, but looking at the layout there, it would suggest to me that all the developments, or pretty much the majority and significant majority of the developments existing and proposed, are very close to the existing line. And I'm just wondering what the connectability is and what they've taken into account in terms of connectability as to how, if we're disinvesting everything on, say, the west side of Loch Ken, as to what the actual proposal is to how we connect from there back to the various connectors that then forms the new grid line, which is in red. And I can't pick anything up in the reports that are telling me how that's going to happen, because it appears to me that whatever we're putting in here is significantly further away than the existing infrastructure. Is that, am I off the page with that observation or not?
Chris?
Each wind farm, as an entity in itself, requires a grid connection, and I can see, I can see Councillor McClellan's point, looking at the sort of the proposed and the various wind farms that are sort of to the east of the existing line. Obviously, wind farm development in itself doesn't form part of this proposal. This is a separate thing. Obviously part of the upgrade to the OHL lines that Spen are looking to put in is to carry a higher load, but each individual wind farm connector would require to be the subject of its own Section 37 application, which would come in due course. But I can see the point that you're trying to make. It does seem that the wind farms are close to the existing line, but the point that Spen made during or as part of the application process is that the current line isn't up to standard, or it's towards the end of its operational life. So it's carrying the electricity at the moment, but in terms of an increased load, from the existing hydropower schemes plus the additional wind farm development that might come forward, is probably not enough. The existing infrastructure is not enough to carry that. Does that make sense?
Chris, I think as well, I've got a note from Mr. Sutty that says there are also other wind farms not shown to the west also connecting 5 hydro schemes. So maybe where there's an extended distance from one direction, there might be a reduced distance from the other.
Really, in terms of this particular slide, and I think what Spen were trying to show, this was part of the landscape and visual impact assessment. So obviously, wind turbines are large features in the landscape itself. So you can see they're located very close to or within the sort of the 5 kilometre study area on either side of the line. So that's really why this particular slide was included for 2 reasons as part of the landscape and visual impact assessment, and also as a nod to additional load that's going to be required on the transmission infrastructure in this particular part of the world.
Thanks, Chris. Is that satisfactory at the moment, Henry?
Yeah, I'll do just now, but I think when we get to the discussion part, I'm detecting there's a significant amount of reservations here, and I think we'll need assistance when we get to the discussion part to give our to when we actually deliver our formal conclusions. Yeah, we'll go with that just now, Jim. Thanks.
Thanks, Henry. I'm sure there'll be more discussion before we get to a situation where I can put forward a proposal. I've got Doug Fairbairn and then Jane Maitland, and that seems to be exhausting the questions for the case officer at the moment. Doug, if you're there, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, quick and easy for me. Chris, just hopefully an easy question for you in relation to the climate emergency that Councillor Thompson picked up on. These actual lines themselves, are they transmitting power from wind farms, do you know?
Chris?
At the moment, they will. I think they will include some. Yes, it's the line itself doesn't just carry electricity from the 5 hydro schemes, so there will be some additional. Some of the wind farms that are sort of operational will link in to the existing infrastructure at the moment. Yes.
Thanks. So the Scottish Government would claim that they're doing a bit for the environment, loosely on the back of that, basically.
I think that's just an observation, Chris, but maybe you want to respond to Doug.
No.
Okay. Right, thanks for that, Doug. Jane Maitland.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Chris, the landscape architect asked for a considerable amount of extra information to help her. Did she actually get that?
Chris?
At the moment, no. There was, I suppose, looking at the circumstances that we're in at the moment, and it is clear from the Council's landscape architect's response that given the current sort of COVID restrictions and various other work priorities, the assessment that she provided was more or less a commentary on the submitted LVIA. Given ideal circumstances, she would have liked to have done a bit more site work for that. But at the end of the day, she's a qualified landscape architect, and the opinion that we have is her professional opinion as it stands at the moment.
I suppose the answer is she didn't get the information she requested.
No.
That's what I'm getting at. No, I'm not concerned with what the landscape architect did or did not do. I'm concerned about the quality and quantity of information that she then requests in order to substantiate what we are looking at in front of us at the moment. That's all.
Just as a bit of background, and members would probably be aware that at one point in time we had 2 landscape architects. The Janet didn't look at this scheme when it originally was mooted back in 2015, 2016. So there was a considerable amount of landscape work done in terms of bringing the proposals forward. We did, we did look at them at the time. Adrian Pringle, who's deployed in a different part of the council now, was out on site with the council's archaeologist, as far as I believe, looking at the various routes and proposals on the ground. So the work was done prior to these applications coming in. So we have had other landscape input previous to these consultations coming in.
Well, they're linked to the current one, Chris.
Yeah, when the work was done a few years ago, it was to do with the various options for routes. So yes, we did have one of the council's landscape architects at the time look at that and provide a detailed commentary back to Spen. That obviously fed into the process that kind of leads us to where we are just now.
Okay, doke. Thank you. Thanks, Jane. I'm sure you'll be able to come back when we're in session. If there are no other questions for the case officer, although it's a non-speaking item, we have 2 members of the council wishing to address the committee. So we'll do that now. And given it's a national application, each member will be allocated 5 minutes. So if Jackie McCammon first, if Jackie is available, please.
Yeah, I'm good here.
Just whenever you're ready, Jackie, you can start your presentation. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion, and I'd be grateful if you'd wait in case members of the committee have a question for you.
Okay.
Thanks, Jackie. Whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Chair. I know that Spen's proposed overhead Ken Doon to Tongland Reinforcements project is of such a scale it will be one of the biggest civil engineering projects ever in Galloway, going through one of the most beautiful areas in Scotland. The Galloway Without Pylons group, along with many local constituents, MP and MSP, want to protect the area and avoid destroying the landscape to the west of the Loch Ken with the proposed overhead pylons and cables. The Spen's undergrounding cable study, dated July 2020, undergrounding to the east of the Loch Ken was identified as the preferred route, stating, and I quote, "The appraisal found that overall environmental benefits and a reduction to the effects in the landscape would be experienced from an underground cable in comparison with an overhead line. The visual and residential amenity in the underground cable route would have a lesser impact on the surrounding cultural heritage features. Furthermore, substantially less felling will be required." End quote. Clearly, Spen have only presented one overgrounding proposal on the basis that undergrounding is substantially more expensive. Ask yourselves, was the desktop exercise to estimate the cost carried out properly? We know the giant pylon height would be up to 39 metres and not up to 27 metres as stated in the original documentation. Spen stated that the additional cost of undergrounding versus overhead lines is £96 million, but they haven't presented a full cost benefit analysis in their planning application. It is essential that this be carried out so that the legitimate cost difference between an overhead line and underground cabling can be considered. Spen said the extra cost is £96 million, but what is the real cost? What is the real cost of Dumfries and Galloway? It is essential that a full cost benefit analysis be carried out so that the legitimate cost difference between an overhead line and underground cabling can be considered. These following factors must be considered to determine the real cost of the project: initial investment costs of both overhead and undergrounding, operation and maintenance savings resulting from underground cabling, reliability value of the underground cabling compared to the overhead line, aesthetic value to residents of cabling, safety issues related to both, value of lost tourism revenue with the overhead line during the construction phase and during the lifetime of the project. The Galloway Without Pylons group believe that this is a major flaw in Spen's presentation and that the process should be rejected on these grounds alone. As councillors, we have a duty to do the right thing for the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. The region to the west of Lough Ken between Glenlea and Tongland is located in the Galloway Scenic Hills, a regional scenic area of natural beauty, a biosphere zone and a dark sky park. Undoubtedly, the loss of tourism will be a devastating blow to the entire area, including loss of the woodland, the impact of wildlife on wildlife and hugely increased traffic movement. It's worrying that the opening paragraph of the Council Landscape Architects report states, and I quote, "Resourcing and COVID restrictions have meant that neither a full independent assessment nor a detailed review of the LVIA has been undertaken by the Council," end quote. As a result, the report does not adequately identify and analyse the relevant material issues and, in my view, does not provide a robust basis for its recommendations to members. We know hundreds of people have objected, not only residents but organisations such as the RSPB and the Scottish Forestry, as well as from professional ornithologists, botanists and ecologists. Some members may feel unable to object to the application, but given the huge scale of the impact in the proposals, is that I ask that they defer a decision until they can be satisfied that the most salient points have been identified and appropriate conditions recommended. The KTR is undoubtedly a project of national significance, but remarkably, the report, in my and others' opinions, does not appropriately consider the devastating impact of the project at a local level and should be subject to further detailed scrutiny. Spen's proposal is weak. It must be reviewed, and the committee has a duty to withhold approval of this application so that a full and thorough public local inquiry is triggered. The Council, the Scottish Government and Spen must listen to local communities to protect the environment as best they can. Ironically, Spen themselves state in their underground cable study, and I quote, "It is acknowledged that the underground option is, in each case, technically feasible and, on balance, environmentally preferable, having regard to landscape and visual as well as forestry impacts," end quote. Therefore, the decision...
Jackie, you've got 30 seconds to go, Jackie.
Therefore, the decision to have overhead cables is all about money. Spen say that the underground from the Glenlea to Tongland will cost £96 million more than the overhead line. It's a projection of the world-renowned landscape of Dumfries and Galloway for now and for the future generation not worth that extra £96 million. There's no doubt that the KTR project is of national significance. As councillors, we need to consider the legacy we will leave to the people of the businesses under our watch. It is therefore very important that we get this right and consider the devastating impact of the project at a local level. To do that properly, we need further detailed scrutiny. Members, I ask you to do the right thing for the people of Dumfries and Galloway and reject the recommendations and vote to raise objections to this application.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks for your presentation. Members, do any of you have any questions for Jackie before she leaves us? No? Lucky day for you, Jackie. Thanks very much for the presentation.
Thanks, Chair.
Dougie Campbell, Dougie, you are next. You also, I'm sure you'll know you've been a member of the Planning Committee. You'll have 5 minutes to do your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw it to a conclusion, and if you're kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you. Just whenever you're ready, Dougie, please.
Thank you, Jim. Members, I want to tell you about what's not in the report today and the case for undergrounding, because a decision of this magnitude has to transcend consultation planning process. Our cross-party climate emergency declaration and 12-point plan states we recognise the importance of our biodiversity and natural environment in our drive to reduce the impact of climate change and support practices to enhance and sustain the farmed and natural world. Our new strategic priority in climate change says we will promote and protect our natural environment. Our recently approved Climate Emergency Strategic Action Plan evidences the importance of the carbon sink that forestry provides, and our forward plan includes the review of the forestry and woodland strategy and our biodiversity strategy, which will be led again by the Climate Emergency Cross-Party Working Group. My point here is that the climate emergency is intrinsically linked to the natural environment and ecological crisis we are facing. So we can't consider these in isolation, and that is why specific reference to this was included in your 12-point plan and strategic priority. Crucially, the Scottish Minister's scoping opinion in 2017 on the proposed replacement of the line said This should include information on alternative measures, including undergrounding, which have been considered to avoid, prevent or reduce and, if possible, offset the likely significant adverse landscape and visual effects where these have been identified through the consultation feedback. And subsequently, as had already been stated, Spen's undergrounding cable study identified that undergrounding is technically feasible and, on balance, environmentally preferable, having regard to landscape and visual as well as forestry impacts. Spen stated, however, that undergrounding would be disregarded on the basis of the additional cost of 96 million. That is a lot of money, but at what cost to Galloway's natural environment, biodiversity, ecosystems, wildlife, designated area of scenic beauty and Galloway Forest Park? And of course, what about the people who live and work in the affected area, with the inevitable impact on the local economy, the huge disruption created for our already fragile rural communities trying to recover from the pandemic during a construction period of around 4 to 5 years? That will come at a cost. Whether it's overhead lines or undergrounding, there is a detrimental impact on all of these factors, but what you're being asked to do is make no objection to overhead lines and pylons without any analysis of an alternative, less impactful means of reinforcing the line. I don't think that's right. We know that undergrounding is feasible, would be less damaging than overhead lines, and has become increasingly a preferred option across the UK, so why not here? Galloway Without Pylons campaign are pragmatic and recognise that a new line is required, as I do, but are calling for just one section of undergrounding on the 32 kilometre stretch from Glenlee to Tongland, which by its very nature stands to be the most adversely affected part of the line. A huge number of objections to the Spen application have been submitted, and having counted them last night, there were 873, with 544 attributed to Dumfries and Galloway residents. Not to mention, of course, the significant objections from the Galloway and Southern Asia biosphere. As a council, we've led the way in our response to climate change, and in the year that COP26 is coming to Scotland, what would it say about us if you were to support today a development of this magnitude, which could undermine our values and wider ambitions in that regard? So to conclude, what I'm asking you as your environment champion is that you don't support the recommendation to offer no objection to the Spen KTR overhead line application on the basis of the evidence and concerns which have been outlined, and that the Council's Climate Emergency Declaration, 12-point plan and strategic priority as they relate to the natural environment are a material consideration which should on this occasion outweigh planning policy. Furthermore, I would ask that you advise the Scottish Government that it is the view of Dumfries and Galloway Council that this matter should be subject to public inquiry. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, members.
Thanks very much, Dougie, and thanks for being concise. Members, do you have any questions for Dougie? Jeff, is it a question for Dougie?
Thanks, Chair. Maybe, but certainly a question which has come to mind. We know it's going to cost an additional 96 million to underground the cables. What's the total cost of the project as proposed?
Aye, we'll get that to the case officer. I don't think Dougie have that information for us, but it's certainly a question we'll ask.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question, Chair.
Oh, Jeff was wondering what the cost was for the proposal as opposed to 96 million for undergrounding, because it'll not be a 96 million cost, it'll be the difference between the proposal and the 96 million for undergrounding. I think that's what Jeff was asking.
Yes, that's right. But it's important to point that the overall costing for overhead lines, and and obviously the Spen's reference to the additional £96 million hasn't been publicly scrutinised. It's Spen's calculation.
Aye, good. Thanks. I'm sure that'll answer Jeff's question too. Any other questions for Dougie from members? Looks like a cheap day for you too, Dougie. Thanks very much for being here and for presenting to members. Before we go into session, I'm sure members will see that Pauline Drysdale's put a mention in the chat function to say that the statement by Councillor Jackie Cameron was made on behalf of Pauline for her constituents, as she was unable to present due to having declared an interest being a member of the Planning Authority. So that's what noted, Pauline, and I'm sure members are aware of that. Okay, thanks Dougie for being with us, and thanks Jackie for being with us. We're now in session, members. If there are no views, we'll just go to the recommendations. I take it Dougie and Jackie will have left the meeting, because that's part of the process. You present to the meeting and then you withdraw. So I'm hoping Dougie and Jackie have just simply withdrawn. Okay, I've now got Councillor Maitland and Councillor Ferguson looking to speak. Jane?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I find myself really in a difficulty with this, because this isn't a planning application, it's a consultation. And we're being consulted about something which I suspect in terms of national planning, we are absolutely forced to accept in some shape or form, because that line will have to be replaced and renewed. But it's a question, as far as we're concerned, in terms of consultation, as to how that is done. And at the moment, I would suggest to members that the landscape architect's response actually suggests that she does not have sufficient information. She thinks that some parts of the proposal should indeed be investigated in terms of micrositing and undergrounding. We've got that from our own consultee, and it seems to me that is a perfectly legitimate way of going forward in saying that we can object to the way that this is being proposed, but we recognise the national driver in terms of infrastructure. I leave that there, just if I might do for the time being, Chairman, but I'd be glad to hear what other members have to say about this.
Thanks, Jane. And of course, there's a rider as well, and David Sutty will be obliged to remind us of that at the end of the discussion, that if we object, there's a notion of a public inquiry, which will be a cost to the council. I don't think personal members should concern themselves about that, but nevertheless, you need to be aware it's David's duty to tell you that, and I'll get to that at some stage. So I have a number of speakers now. I've got Andy, followed by Jeff Lever, Dave McKee, Atsu Driver, and Ian Carruthers. So, Andy, please.
Okay, thanks very much, Jim. Look, Jane, I totally understand the need to improve the infrastructure. I don't think that's something that's beyond anybody in the room here or the virtual room today. But the bit that I find really hard to accept is a multinational organisation who are putting £90-odd million. They're discounting the underground issue purely because it's got to affect the profit margin, and that for me is unacceptable, totally unacceptable. And it would be really interesting to get the overall cost of the project, then take off the 90 million, and what would be that 90 million spread across the lifetime of the new cables that are put in place. Given the last ones were put in there, God knows how many years ago. It's 90-odd million, it's a one-off payment, and that's it done. Plus, it would probably bring some local business for local contractors and things like that. I'm just totally at a loss here why this international organisation should be just trying to ride roughshod across the top of us. And I totally agree that we should be objecting to the pylons the way they're suggesting, and we should be suggesting to the Scottish Government that they should be putting a condition on it's underground. Because if that's competent, and I'll obviously take advice from David and yourself.
That's great. I'm sure Chris doesn't need to respond. That's a view you've presented, which is absolutely spot on, Andy. I've now got Jeff Lever, Dave McKee and Archie. So Jeff, please.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I still haven't had a response or reply to how much the actual cost of the project's going to be. I would guess £96 million isn't going to be a huge amount in terms of the total cost. And in effect, I think what this does is it gives us an opportunity to rectify a mistake which dates from the 1930s in terms of putting rolls of pylons through the beautiful countryside of Dumfries and Galloway. And I don't think it's acceptable that we repeat the mistake, because it will have an adverse effect on tourism, etc. down here and quality of life. So I do think we should advocate that the entire line is underground at a cost of £96 million. At the end of the day, this all comes down to profits by spend.
Thanks, Jeff. Again, an observation. I don't think we should hang up or get hung up on what the cost of the project will be, because that's not what we've been asked to consider. We have a plan application before us, and we can either support or object as statutory consultees, but the cost of the project is fine for debate, but it doesn't really fall into our area of expertise, I would argue, nor responsibility. Councillor McKee and then Archie.
Well, with all due respect, Chair, they're saying it costs them £96 million extra to go underground. What's the saving over the lifetime of this project? Given nearly 100 years of what's there at present, given it went on, if it was put underground, how much longer would it last? And what would the savings be on maintenance? High winds blow the wires down, somebody's got to go in and repair them. What's the cost of that? So it's dead easy to say it's nothing to do with it, but the running costs are important, and I think we should be arguing a toss that until we know the cost of underground and the lifetime costs of the facility, that we should object to it.
Joe, in discussions with the electricity generating industry, it's more difficult to identify where faults are when underground cables break. So it's far more costly to repair. So we're not getting into that debate today. I'm just saying the cost of the project is not what we've been asked to consider. If we don't like the project, we can object to it. And we can certainly debate anything we like, but I don't think an objection on the cost would be an appropriate objection. It would be to landscape, environment, whatever else, but no on cost. And that's just my opinion. I'm happy to have it corrected if I'm wrong in that, but I'm just saying we need to concentrate on what's before us, know what the project cost might be. Archie?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And I think Jeff asked a really, really good question, because pylons are the route of least resistance, and in the funding of the 96 million that they say is there, it may be, but the overall cost is that there's a small decrease in the megawatt hour that's actually going to the substation, rather than the actual cost of putting the pipeline actually underground, which would enhance the characterisation and the landscape of that particular thing. So, as I say, pylons are the route of least resistance, and the more resistance that you have, the less you have output in that particular area. So I'm of the opinion, Chair, that we haven't had the appropriate information to suggest what that what that 96 million overall cost actually is. But I would imagine it would be to do with the resistance going underground over a period of time, and it would be like a few watts per day less. So that's where I am, Chair.
Thanks, Archie. Ian Carruthers, and then I've got Andy Ferguson again, and then Henry McClellan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to thank the two members locally that have stood up for this as well, just as part of it, and go back to, I think, Councillor McClelland has really raised the points that I was wanting to raise, because when you look at this, so we can understand why Spen as an organisation, a large global company, has proposed this, because when it comes to the profit margins and providing a profit at the end of the annual return for the shareholders, you can see exactly why they've done that, so you can understand that. But from a planning perspective, I don't think it's part of our consideration. I would imagine they'd have a permittable development right if they so wished. Wouldn't hardly have to come back to the planning committee, I don't think, or the council's planning authority as a consultee or otherwise. If they wanted to refurb the line which is already there, which certainly looks in the face, it came back to the point where Councillor McClellan raised it earlier, it's considerably longer, so it's most likely the costs So, I mean, if it wasn't down to costs, it's absolutely, I think they just have refurbed the original line and it would have saved us all the whole of the hassle in planning terms. So I think, without repeating everything that people said, I cannot support the recommendations within this report. Respect the officers have come to their own conclusions, but from elected members' point of view and the member of this committee, I feel very strongly that the council has to object to this, and I look forward to the PLI. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ian. Andy?
Thanks, Chair. Mainly been covered, but I'd just like to reiterate what I said. Just for clarity, I didn't say the 90-odd million was the reason that I would object. The 90-odd million was brought in by the applicants, not me, as a reason for not undergrounding it. So therefore it is relevant, with due respect, to how we discuss this today and how we take it forward. And what we recommend, because if I keep me right on the technicalities here, but if we are able to recommend, we object and recommend it's undergrounded, that has to be, does that have to be taken account of by the unit in Edinburgh? It's a technical question.
We'll come to that, Andy, when we're getting to a decision. If we are intending to object, then I'll make sure your points are clarified with Chris or David or both of them, along with any other particular points we might have to consider in the process of formulating, because it does appear that we will object. It seems to be the tone of the committee. So Henry, and then I've got Stephen Thompson coming in, and then hopefully we'll get to a deliberation point. Henry, please.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Thanks, Chair. Chair, I'd just like to make the point that I can't support the proposals and recommendations. I really do believe that we should be forming an objection based on what Councillor Maitland had said, but more so in relation to what Councillor Campbell came up with in terms of where we stand as a council under our 12-point plan. And I think in Dougie's piece, Dougie mentioned about the 12-point plan and where does that stand against the LDP and LDP2. And I really believe that, just my personal opinion is that trumps everything, because that is fundamentally where we have positioned ourselves as a council. And I really would like to see what support we can get and how we can interweave that into a formal objection. And if it ends up resulting in a public inquiry as well, yeah, there's the three elements that I would like us to hang our objection on. So that's all I've got to say just now, Jim. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Henry. We'll encompass all that in a discussion, and I will ask David just he's obliged to remind us what our responsibilities are, but we'll get to that in a minute. Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks for letting us back in, Chair. And yeah, I mean, this is why I asked the question right at the start, really. Ultimately, you know, I hadn't made a predetermination about this because I wanted to hear everything that was going on today and the different views. And I think my biggest concern is like how can we as a planning authority and as a council capture the views of the council and those that we represent in a way that's competent and doesn't diminish our credibility, because there is a danger of mixing what is quite a legitimate campaign from local people who are writing to the Energy Consents Unit, and then the credible and sort of reasoned and measured response as a local authority, as a planning authority, as a statutory consultee. So I think I would be very comfortable if we could actually capture the material points that have been raised today in terms of, I think Councillor Maitland talked about the council's landscape architect and their concerns about the lack of information they had to make the fullest of assessments, if you like, and that there could be more information available. And on material grounds, rather than necessarily straining to be perhaps maybe more passionate grounds, so that we can actually come across as a credible agent, and then that way our case will be stronger and the better for it. So I would just, it's really, if you can keep us right, Chair, and obviously if we can get the advice from David Sutty, perhaps on how best to couch what we've heard today in a way that properly reflects us as a council, and that includes our recent priority in terms of climate emergency. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Stephen. I suppose that just absolutely encompasses where we seem to be. So I'll ask David to come in, first of all, to remind us of our responsibilities, and then to try and, I'm sure he'll have been taking copious notes, as will Chris and Trace, about try and summarise where we are. It would seem that we are intent on raising an objection. So David, can you come in please and just have a quick conversation with members and see what we can do to come to a decision on this that would satisfy the majority of members present today, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I think Councillor Thompson actually gave a very reasoned summary of issues there. That there is an understandable frustration on members' part. I think that the undergrounding issue has not been fully fleshed out. Funnily enough, as people were talking, I was trying to find online the cost of the overall development. I couldn't find that. I could find the £96 million additional for undergrounding. It is maybe something not to get too hung up on the undergrounding and the cost. If you are going to object to it, there's a couple of issues I'd run through. You've got 5 separate consultations. Do members wish to object to all 5, or would it be a more proportionate view to look at perhaps consultation E, which is the main one? But that is obviously a matter to yourselves. I would suggest that if you are putting forward an objection, basically on the grounds that the cost, the additional cost to spend, isn't something that you think should be a consideration, that probably isn't going to wash at a public inquiry. I think you do need to couch it in terms, as Councillor Thompson and Councillor Maitland I think we're getting at, that if you're arguing that the development as part of the consultation is going to have an unduly adverse effect on the character of the landscape character. Tourism is always a really difficult one to actually pin down the actual evidence base for what effect a development will have on tourism. It is largely hypothetical. Again, devil's advocate in this, how many people have not come to Dumfries and Galloway as a result of the existing power line that is there, and that will now come if it's removed. I don't think the tourism is a really easy one to provide evidence for, but certainly if members are concerned about the unduly adverse impact on a fairly cherished landscape, I think that's a fair point to say. It runs through 2 regional scenic areas. So that would certainly give you some traction to go in on those side of things. And beyond that, I mean, I suppose the point, Chair, you're wanting advice on is because as officers, we've had to, I think you can take it as read, everybody would like to see undergrounding. That was the very point I made back at the first meetings on this in 2016, because I knew, thinking years ahead, that was going to be the very first question members were going to raise: why isn't this underground? We've put forward our views on that, and certainly it's fair to say it would be preferable. Nobody, I think, would be saying otherwise. The difficulty is the SPEN have put forward this application. We have to consider what's actually been submitted, what is before us. So the stronger position would actually be on the grounds that you would be objecting to the specific proposal, and probably E in particular, because you consider it's either not been proven as yet that it's not going to have an unduly adverse effect on landscape character and cumulative effect, the other issues that you might have concerns about. If you can tailor it in those terms, I think that's going to give you a far stronger issue. What I was coming to there was members can make a decision as they so wish. That's absolutely fine. From a professional point of conduct perspective, because we've recommended no objection, it would have to be probably legal services would run with it and would then try and get support for you that Chris and myself and the landscape architect wouldn't be able to assist. But that's not a problem. That you can obviously get legal services to provide the necessary support for going forward on that. But it's just as long as you're aware of that, that's fine.
No, I'm grateful to you, David. No, I think it's always my opinion that you've got to make members aware of that. But for me, members are not satisfied what the impact is on the council shouldn't be a primary consideration. It should be what we think's right for the region and for the people we represent. I think the tone I'm getting is it's a principled stand against pylons, but I might be wrong. There may be an opportunity to accept one a section of pylons, but then it makes it really difficult to defend asking them to remove the rest. But happy to now continue with the debate and try to find a way forward that will satisfy the members that have expressed serious concerns about the current proposal. I did see Councillor McKee's hand gotten back down again. I don't know whether he wants to come in or whether that was just a thought and then he changed his mind.
No, it's still up. Well, according to my screen, it's still up.
Oh, I see you now. Right. Okay, Joe, come in.
The question was going to, David identified a couple of specific areas that were kind of designated. Could we have those areas looked at as being laid underground rather than having poles or pylons? Could we? Is that another road we could go down?
Absolutely, that's up to elected members. Well, it would be we would be objecting. That's the problem. We can't go down any road. We're only consultees, and I think the concern that members might have is you're doing piecemeal stuff, that you'd want some underground and some overground, and that might not go down particularly well. You'd be far better a principled stand. But we'll just simply be objecting. But I've got Gail coming in, and I'll get that response for you, David, from officers when we get to just summing up. Gail McGregor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I entirely agree with Jane Maitland's statement earlier on that we know we require this infrastructure. There's no question of that. But I think David Sutty has alluded to, we've been going around the houses on this particular matter for about 4 or 5 years now. We made our views very well known initially that undergrounding would be much more preferable. So we can only comment on the consultation, the proposals that we've got in front of us today. And I would argue that the proposals that have been brought forward are not satisfactory to me as an elected member. So on that basis, I would have to go against the officer's recommendations and ask them to bring back a further proposal in the future once it's gone through the process. As things stand just now, there's no reason why they can't consider undergrounding. We know this. There's funding available through Ofgem. SPEN has a very poor record of undergrounding compared to other energy network suppliers. And as I say, we can only comment on the proposals that we're being consulted on today. But as far as I'm concerned, they are not satisfactory proposals. So it's how we find a way around that. And as Mr. Sutty, as I say, has alluded, they're very aware of our views on this with undergrounding. So to bring these proposals forward it is already ignoring the views of elected members in Dumfries and Galloway. Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. I think the only observation I was make is that they'll not be bringing it back to us. We are a statutory consultee. We either raise no objection, which is the recommendation, or we object. If we object, we set our objections, and then the Scottish Government determine that the application, and they'll take into account objections we raise. That's the only point I would make. But the rest of your views are well made.
Thank you.
Stephen Thompson, please.
Yeah, thanks for letting me back in, Chair. And I think David Sutty's outlined something that seems fairly robust in terms of how we can make an objection. And it relates to the areas, and I think Councillor McKee touched on it as well, about where the regional scenic areas, or those areas that we've designated as a council as warranting special protection, would be much more are more solid bricks to build an objection on. Rather, I think we're in danger if we say we're against pylons. I don't think that's a particularly smart position to take, because I'm not personally against pylons if they're in the right place. And it might be that there are certain particularly sensitive areas of this development where we'd it's more in keeping that those were underground. So I think the principle might be that we fit as closely as we can with policies and principles that we've agreed as a council, rather than maybe the principles of other campaign groups, for example, who just don't want pylons, full stop. So I think if it's in a regional scenic area or a designated landscape where we are particularly sensitive, in line with our climate emergency, where it focuses on biodiversity, where we don't have the enough information that the architect has already alluded to. I think that's where we build our case the strongest, and I think that's the principle we should follow rather than no pylons per se, if that's helpful, Chair.
That's very helpful, Stephen. And I think we'll now try and take a step forward. If there's any member who supports the officer's recommendation or feels that that's a direction of travel that we should take, would they maybe like to make a proposal, please? Because we've only been talking at the moment about refusal. There's a clear recommendation from our case officer to raise no objections. So if members are content to raise no objections, I'd be interested to know if that was a direction of travel they want, or am I to assume that every member of the Planning Applications Committee today has reservations and would want to see a change from what's presented in the 5 separate applications before us? If there's no indication of support for the officer's recommendation, and the basis is not about electricity generation, simply about the way the generated electricity is transmitted, then that seems straightforward as well. The basis of the objection is the landscape character and amenity and other issues that have been raised. We can maybe ask David Sutty. He'll not be allowed to create an objection for us, but he'll be able to capture maybe what, or capture what we're trying to say in our objection. David, can you come in and give members a wee bit of advice? Would it be better, and because Stephen has made a good argument for not to do this, but it would be better not to object fully on the basis that we don't like pylons, or do we have a legitimate reason for objecting to the pylon network across the whole of this proposal? Or could we simply challenge E, which seems to be the most contentious one, and allow some of the others to stand based on the fact that they will not necessarily be as predominant or noticeable as the others?
Chair, it is interesting that for what is effectively one development, SPEN have chosen to submit 5 separate applications to the Scottish Government. Whether that was anticipating exactly a situation like this, I don't know. But it does give you the option of looking at each one on its own merits, and if you consider that one is not unduly harmful for any reason, that gives you the option of not objecting to that one. If you wish to object blanketly to the whole lot, in as far as it is, irrespective of the fact it's 5 applications, it is one comprehensive scheme, then that is another option that's open for you. But obviously, if you're objecting to all of them on grounds that it's going to affect a specific regional scenic area, and that particular area is not included within that regional scenic area, well, obviously you don't have any grounds there. So there are, Chris can probably provide more detail than I can on this, I'm afraid, but I understand that the whole thing runs through 2 regional scenic areas, so you'd have to be careful in going with each one correctly, if you see what I mean.
Thanks, David. Maybe then, before we come to trying to formulate a decision, Chris, can you come in and talk us through, for those of us that don't live within the locality, and I'm really reluctant not to suggest a site visit that one of them's 30 kilometres long. Some of us wouldn't make that distance for walking and viewing, but can you come in and maybe talk members through each application where that might have an impact visually, and which ones of these 5 traverse or impact on the RSAs?
I can certainly do that if members are looking to do that. in the actual report itself, each consultation is broken down within the sort of the visual impact section of the report, and if it is in the regional scenic area, then it will make mention of that. I think what I might prefer to do is to quickly just go through the report and work out just which ones. Off the top of my head, I can't remember if all of them are in, or yeah, I'd maybe just like a minute to do that if that's okay, and members can look at something else just now, if that's all right.
Yeah, that'd be great. I will just go into the conversation, Chris, about how we encapsulate our views. Clearly, climate emergency is important, undergrounding RAN overhead is important, the impact on landscape and the failed response to additional information that's been requested by a landscape architect may well have an influence as well on how we object, or the basis for the objection, because there's nothing more frustrating for members and indeed for staff than asking for information and then you don't get it, and you've been asked to determine an application when you don't have the fullest information in front of you. That's for officers as well as elected members. So, without trying to single out any members, Stephen, Henry and Jane seem to be particularly outspoken about different aspects of this particular application. So come to you three in turn and see whether or no there's something you want to put down that will form the basis for an objection. Henry first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I still don't think we've bottomed out where we sit as a council regarding the climate emergency and the 12-point plan, Jim. I know when David came back there, he came back really strong in what we could actually base our objection on, but I would still look to see our position as a council reflected in the 12-point plan.
Okay. Fine. Okay, doke. Jane?
Thanks very much, Chairman. Yeah, it's quite difficult to do this. It really is. But I think what is helpful is the conclusions of the landscape architect's assessment. One of the things which she actually suggested should come through would be a full tree survey, and she was asking for that as to what would be expected to happen, and so she could know what the impact was going to be. She assesses that there are several problematic landscape and visual effects, but it's thought that the following may not have options for mitigation by design through implementation of a landscape plan, and alternatives should be sought in terms of the routes or undergrounding options. So the landscape architect, although recognising that the whole thing as a whole, taken as a whole, probably is on balance acceptable, that's the way that she's looked at it. There are chunks of this which she really thinks, is going to be pretty difficult to get it to look right and acceptable in terms of, public perception, but also in terms of planning. I think probably some guidance from the officers, but I mean, she talks about there being problems in her conclusions. In conclusion, which is section 3, it's not actually in front of us. It's the landscape architect's submission to this particular application. But I think I need to go to officers to get me to get some help on that.
Okay. What strikes me as well, and I don't know whether this would help or made it more difficult, but maybe we should add 5 different plan application reports so that we could consider them individually rather than a collective, although David's quite right in saying although they're individual, they all constitute a whole. But then we could have broken them down into component parts, whereas here we're struggling between views in one section and another section and the overall aspect of the application itself. I did say I'd invite Stephen back in case Stephen has some views as well on how we might progress this, because we're going to have to come to some form of words that presents our feelings and challenges what SPEN are proposing to do. Stephen, do you want to come in for a minute, please?
I'll try and keep it to less than a minute, Chair. Thank you. But, I mean, there'll be others who can maybe express the fully rounded view of the council maybe better. But I think Councillor Maitland touched on just the complexity of sort of breaking this down into the different 5 components is a wee bit. It's maybe better for officers to do because they will have the information more readily available and all the information rather than what's in the report today. But I think Councillor McClelland also touched on the point which again had sort of raised right at the very start, which is about how do we factor in the weighting we should give our council's position in terms of the climate emergency as our priority, our new priority, to maybe add weight to particularly those elements where the biodiversity or the natural landscape is going to be a sensitive landscape is going to be particularly impacted along certain stretches where there will be pylons, for example, and where undergrounding or another option might be better. So I think if we can sort of zone in those particular areas and say that's where this will have the most impact if we don't find another way, and unfortunately that information is not available to us, says the landscape architect. And if we can maybe either attribute that in our composite response, pointing out which elements of the application cause the most impact that we should object to, but generally sort of accept that there will be benefits. But, you know, I don't know how best to do that, Chair, because as you say, it's all wrapped up into this one report, if you like.
Yeah, which has maybe been a problem for us, Stephen. I'm also conscious of the time and wonder if maybe we should have a recess and then revisit this at the officers' time to reflect while they're having a cup of tea or a comfort break before we actually determine this. But I've got Archie Dryborough and then Jane Maitland. Then I think we'll just draw a recess for 20 minutes or half an hour and then come back. Archie?
That's what I was going to suggest here, but I think she's coming back on what David said earlier on. This is 5 different things within one report in front of us, and I think we have to take it as a whole report. So therefore, our recommendations or objections should be based on the one report.
Aye, which is fine. So we'll have Jane and then we'll have a half-hour recess. That'll give us time for a comfort break and officers a few minutes just to reflect on the feeling of members and see if they can assist us, because it's so complex. There's going to be challenging. We might even have to delegate to officers to bring forward an objection based on the sort of overall a view or cumulative opinion of the plan application members today. Jane Maitland, please.
Thanks. I quite agree we should recess. Everybody's tired, but I'm glad we've had a quiet and calm look at this. I think it's been really important to do that. And I think we should equally well take a sort of slow look at how we do frame any objection that we might be about to do, although I think you've actually gathered the opinion of the meeting that that's where we're going. It's just how we get there. So I would also put into the options a word which I almost never use, Chairman, and that is defer. So I would leave that as something that you might ponder over lunch as well, to think about whether that is an appropriate way forward to get the thing properly.
That's helpful, Jane, because I did consider that and I thought maybe there would be a time scale for our response to the Scottish Government, but David or Chris can cover that when we come back. David McKee threw his hand up at the last minute. We're trying to have a recess. David, we can come back later. Do you have a particular point you want to make now?
It's just a quickie, Chair. I was wondering if the officers could identify A, B, C, D and E, which ones were affected by the site significance in the area. If we can identify, it's the opposite to what Archie said, and all due respect to Archie, but if we could identify specific areas, it's another road to go down. And if the officers could do that while we have a break, fair enough, they need the break as well. Thanks, Chair.
That's what Chris was asked to do, David. That's why he took off the screen. He was asked to identify and speak to us or talk us through each individual element of the 5 different ones. So that
I thought it was something different he was looking for. That's fine, Chair, thanks.
Right, so it's 3 minutes past 4. We'll reconvene at 4:30 and we'll look for some. It's 14, no 4:30. It's 1400 hours, so we'll reconvene at 14:30. And I look forward to seeing everybody then. Thanks, Sandy. Good afternoon, members. Welcome back. We are still on agenda item number 8. We're at the deliberation stage, and we have been seeking clarification from officers on certain aspects of that application.
Chair, it's application 10.
Oh, so it's application 10. I made it application 8 when I moved it. Aye, but it is application 10. You're right, Joe. Aye. I should have renamed it or renumbered it application 8, but yes, application 10. My apologies and thanks for that. Aye, so we asked officers to seek some clarification during the comfort break. So maybe Chris and David can come back in and help us with our deliberations again. Chris, first, please.
Thank you, Chair. One of the points that members had asked for was to do with the regional scenic areas, and all the consultations A to E run through a regional scenic area of one type or another. All of them in the Galloway Hills, and consultation E in the very, very northern end of the Solway Coast RSA. I think it was maybe Councillor McKee was looking for a bit more detail on each of the particular routings and things. I do have the PDFs of each individual section of the proposal as it relates to what we're looking at today. I think I should be able to share my my desktop with the meeting, I think. So it's if that was something that members were looking to do, if they were looking to look at each section individually, or just for the purposes of clarification, then I'm happy to do that if that's what members want.
I think for the sake of clarity, maybe if you could, Chris, at the same time, it's a question for you, or David, but would it be competent for us to make or have a stated position where within any RSA we do not want to see turbines across the landscape and would insist on undergrounding?
Pylons.
Turbines. I'll get through one of these meetings without making a mistake, Chris, I'm absolutely sure. Aye, so you're right. Would that be a competent proposal or objection? We object to the disruption and destruction of the regional scenic area, and we would expect undergrounding of the cable to take place where it crosses or borders a regional scenic area. Would that be competent?
I think I'll probably have to defer to David on that one.
Okay. Before you do then, Archie Driver wanting to come in. Archie?
Yes, Chair, and I think it's coming back onto that particular thing, and I've had a wee sort of scribble down on why you would object, and obviously somebody's going to have to put their head above the parapet at some stage if this goes to public inquiry, and I'm quite happy to do that. So on the situation, I'm just wondering if this would be supported by the members of the committee. We object to this 5 consultations approach because of the following reasons. Information has not been produced by the applicant so that the committee can make a decision with the fullest of information. The application is detrimental to the regional scenic areas and would have a detrimental effect on the landscape and visual approach to this area. And the application is detrimental to the council's own climate emergency priority as 3 reasons for objecting to this application as a consultation.
I think that's an excellent starting point. I think you would want to, officers would want, and so would the Scottish Government, to know what additional information we were seeking and for what purpose. But other than that, I think it sounds good. Ian Carruthers wanted to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I think Archie makes a really good, legitimate stab at it. I think, going back to the advice that David City gave us earlier, the legal team will have to be involved in this because of the position that our planners have taken in regards to the recommendations they put in front of us. So I would appreciate personally if the committee could actually see the final draft of what the legal teams put forward in, so that we're able to make comment in regards to that before it goes out. It might even be attached as an addendum to the minute of the next planning committee meeting, Chair. But I think Archie's made a great attempt at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. I've got Chris wanting to come back in just to give some advice. Chris.
Thanks, Chair. Just as a point of clarification, I had a very brief phone call with the chap that I've been dealing with at Spen just while we were on recess there. The council's landscape architect's response, we kind of and I'm sure members know that we're really quite we're at the wheel of fairly large scale renewable infrastructure in Dumfries and Galloway. We have a lot of consultations and planning applications in at present, and obviously we have a single landscape architect working with that now. We were lucky to get a response in a reasonable timescale from Janet in this instance, because normally work would or responses would come out, generally speaking, in the order which they're submitted. So got the response in from Janet now. I was aware that she was looking for additional information, and obviously in an ideal world she would have liked to have been out on site to have a look at that one and undertaken a fuller assessment, but in the interests of making a sort of a reasonable sort of tenuous report on this one, given our overall conclusions, we felt it was okay to run with that one. Now, Spen have said that they would be happy to and agree an extension of time to look at the additional information that Janet's requesting in this case. So I feel like I should probably put that out to members just for their information, that they would be willing to have a look at that one.
I think that's really helpful and constructive. Jane did mention deferral. I'll no bring her in to ask for deferral now, but there is a clear message to Spen that members are not comfortable with overhead pylons. So the information to Janet or our landscape architect would have limited impact, I think. But I think if members want to agree a deferral, it will be simply a continuation of this application at a future date. I don't know if they want to set a timescale for that information to come forward or no, but certainly we want to have as much information to hand as we can have to allow us to make a considered determination on this application with the fullest of information before us. I see Ian Carruthers with a hand up.
Actually, I think the soundings that you're making are absolutely appropriate, and from our perspective as members, it keeps us correct, and a deferral would be the right decision, but it'd only be to the next council meeting in May. Thanks, Chair, but I do support what you're saying.
That's good, Ian. Thank you. And Archie's saying information not being produced by the applicant for the fullest information to make an informed decision. So, same Archie thinks along with that lines. Jane Maitland, I presume, much against your grain, you'll agree a deferral if that's what members are happy with?
I'm in your hands, Chairman, absolutely in your hands. I would point out that the landscape architect has actually already talked about, I think there are grounds, in fact, for an objection anyway through what the landscape architect has already said in terms of not believing that it would be possible to mitigate on landscape terms without considering alternative options like undergrounding. I mean, that's what she clearly says in her assessment. Yeah. And so I think that's, you're quite right. I'm not absolutely certain that further information from Spen will do anything for the objection. I might be wrong. Of course I'm wrong. I'm not the committee. But I think perhaps we should weave our thoughts around what the landscape architect is actually saying. So I'm in your hands as far as deferral is concerned. I think it's probably sensible in order to get something shaped up that really is, it reflects the committee's real deep concerns about this.
Yeah, and obviously, Spen will be listening to this debate and they will understand the real concerns amongst the whole spectrum elected members that cover the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. I think it would be reasonable to offer them the benefit of the doubt and allow them to present further information that may or may not influence our landscape architect, and we still reserve the right to make decisions whether or no that changes or better reflects the landscape architect's view. So in my opinion, I think we should go for a deferral. Ian Blake, you wanted to come in?
Yes, very briefly, Chairman. It was on Councillor Maitland's point there. I tend to agree with her, and I think we do have the reasons to object right now. I think deferring it just may kind of water down the level of our objection, and I'm just not too sure about the way forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. No, and it's the usual thing. We try and do what's best and what's fair, and I think that it's the fair and reasonable aspect. If there's a public inquiry at some stage, you don't want the applicant saying they never gave us the chance to provide the additional information they asked for. We should gain as much information as we can to allow us to make an informed decision, and if it's delayed for a further 4 or 8 weeks, in the grand scheme of things, it gives the applicant the best opportunity to present a case. It gives us more information to consider in determination, and the basis of the application or the objection would still remain, because clearly members are not satisfied, and it would be up to Spen to persuade us. Our officer has accepted their proposals. It's elected members that are not comfortable, so we should get the fullest information we can before we go to determination. Jim McComb, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, bearing in mind what the Council Landscape Architect stated at 2.2a, resourcing and COVID restrictions have meant that neither a full independent assessment nor a detailed review of the LVIA has been undertaken by the Council. I think these words are key, that insufficient information, and many speakers have pointed this out, there has been insufficient information brought forward here despite being requested. I think a deferral would be appropriate in the circumstances.
Yeah, that's fine, Jim. I think that seems to be the feeling of the meeting. I think the only thing is that paragraph A in 2.2 continues on to say they have considered the visualisations and set their own observations alongside a summarised version. So without going on to another debate about whether or not we should defer, I would like members to agree a deferral, but we need to set out what additional information we require, as well as what additional information the landscape architect and officers require. So I've got Stephen and then Ivor Hislop, and then I'd like to bring this to a conclusion, members. We've been at it quite a while. Stephen, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to defer, and I think that Councillor McComb pointed to that section, and I understand that, you know, another application, I think it's Scoop Hill, is we're going to be hearing that at Planning Committee, partly because, again, there was a number of objections and not enough time to actually gather the information that people maybe wanted to have as by way of a community consultation because of COVID. So I think there is, it wouldn't be unreasonable to do that. And as you've already pointed out yourself, if this is a public inquiry type of thing, it bears better on us that we've actually been as reasonable as possible in allowing the information to come forward when those offers have been made by Spen in this case. So yeah, so happy to go with the deferral. But as to the details of the information that we need, I think I'll happy to go on to the next speaker on that one. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. Ivor, please.
Chair, it was just picking up on your point, I think, with regard to that paragraph. is it actually information from SPEN we're requiring, or is it information from our officers? Because the resourcing and COVID restrictions in that sentence say it's work that hasn't been undertaken by DGC. Or is it the independent assessment? Is that something that we undertake, the independent assessment, or is that something that SPEN provide to us? Because that might be what we're looking for.
I think Chris has said that we have asked for further information that hasn't come forward to date, or the landscape architect has. But Chris, can you just help Councillor Hislop?
Yep, no problem. It's information that the council landscape architect ideally would have liked. So in terms of when she's referring to the independent assessment, that means her own assessment of that. So we did, in order to, as I say, to keep this to a reasonable sort of time scale, we asked Janet to look at the LVIA in summary, rather than you know, a sort of a full detailed approach that she would normally take. I mean, if you've seen some of the responses to wind farms, for example, and I think back to Shepherd's Rig, which we looked at recently, the response to that, a full detailed response from Janet runs to 50-55 pages. This response was shorter in this case, just simply because of the COVID restrictions and what have you. She's not been out to undertake the full amount of work that she would like to have done. But as I say, it's in terms of the overall proposal, we did have landscape input sort of pre-application or during the sort of the process that SPEN were undertaking the route consultation with that, but obviously we're not able to access that particular landscape architect. He's still employed with the council, but unfortunately we've got no access to him as things stand.
So does that mean, Chair? So does that mean that there's no information from SPEN that can give us? They've given us the information, but we, because of the restrictions we're under just now, haven't had the opportunity to do the full assessment. Is that what we're saying? Which I would say is different than saying that we're wanting to defer for information to come from SPEN if we've already got the information we require.
I suppose there's two parts to that one, Councillor Hislop, if I may. Janet would ideally like more information to come from SPEN. Now, having spoke to SPEN a wee while ago, they said that they're happy to have a look at that, and we're happy because we need to agree a timescale extension with SPEN and the Scottish Government for that one as well. But I suppose looking at how the members of the committee are moving forward with this one, I felt when I wrote the report that there was enough in Janet's response to provide a recommendation. That was on me for that one. But and I can see that members are obviously looking for a bit more information. Go in there just to make sure that their recommendation is that members are happy with that. But as I say, I felt at the time I had enough from Janet to make a sort of reasoned recommendation to put to members today. But I fully accept if members are looking for a bit more, then I can certainly, as officers, we can try and facilitate that from SPEN.
There are other aspects as well. One member wanted a fairly simple a figure, which is Jim McComa. What number of turbines will there be on the overall scheme? That's not available. The overall cost of the scheme isn't available. So these are figures or bits of information that members want to satisfy themselves, whether or no they're relevant or no. Stephen reminded me it's pylons that Jim McComb asked about. But so there are certain small bits of information members asked for that wasn't to hand that would help them during their deliberations. So I think we will leave officers to Jane Maitland.
Chairman, I've been mulling over what Ivor is saying, and I think, you know, he's put his finger absolutely on it. I mean, the fact is that we should be dealing with an objection that, on the basis of the information that is in front of us. The deferral that I was considering actually was deferring for a very short time, or I mean, it might have even been, you know, for an hour or so, while we worked out exactly what the wording of the objection was going to be. Based on the information that has been placed in front of us. You know, the officers have come to one conclusion with respect to the information provided by the landscape architect, and members have perfectly legitimately and reasonably come to another conclusion about what she is saying, and probably near the twain shall meet. And I'm not absolutely certain what members are actually looking for from SPEN. Without going completely back out on the whole issue of the landscape architect's assessment of the situation. So, I mean, I think what's got to be absolutely clear, and Ivor's completely right, what it is that members are actually looking for from SPEN. Because in my view, actually, I don't think we're actually looking for anything from SPEN. They've produced what they think is relevant to this submission, and that's what we should be looking at and dealing with.
I think if you heard from Chris, he said there are two elements to the reply to Ivor or Councillor Hislop. One was our landscape architect did want more information that wasn't forthcoming because of COVID, and at the same time, Chris was content that he had sufficient information to make a determination. That is a matter for Chris has given his advice is set out quite clearly, and his advice is to approve the application as set out. Now, we want different information. The landscape architect did want some that was not available to her at that time. Councillor Ferguson wanted an overall cost of the scheme. Councillor McComb wanted the total number of pylons. All these things are relevant to each individual member because it helps them come to an informed judgment. And the deferral, I thought, was for that purpose, to allow smaller bits of information. And if SPEN have offered to provide information, it means, as far as I'm concerned, that there is more information to be provided to the council given time, and SPEN would do that. I wouldn't want to compromise their application. I wouldn't want to cause a problem, but I'm trying to ensure that members get the enough information to allow them to make an informed judgment that will stand up under scrutiny. We will be placed under scrutiny when this decision is made.
Understood, Chairman.
David McKee.
Thanks, Chair. I think he mentioned that he thought SPEN were maybe listening into this debate today. I think what I would like to see them providing would be a cost to underground in the specific areas that staff can or officers can identify as scenic areas that need to be protected. And if we ask them to give us a cost for underground placement of cabling in there, and if they would be willing to do that, that could make a big difference to your decision making in the next time this comes before us. Because I think if they've listened to the debate that we've had today, and all the time I've been in planning, I've never been at a meeting that's had one subject lasting so long. And I think it's been an excellent debate and a thorough debate, and it's been honest. And I think if they've heard that, hopefully they could treat us the same way. And if they could come back with these sorts of costs, in my point of view would be, it would be more easier for us to make a decision. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Joe, I don't think we need the cost to make a decision. I think somebody asked for the overall cost just to understand what the differential was between underground and overgrounding, but Spen will have heard, or will certainly learn, that the concern is about the regional scenic area and how we might protect that. And they may well, if they want to change, I think I'll check with Chris, but they have to put in a new plan application, because the application before us today is not for undergrounding. So we either object to that or Spen withdraw this application and submit a new one with proposals to underground a proportion of the cabling. Am I right in saying that, Chris?
Yeah, we're looking at the application that's in front of us today. So yes, anything to do with undergrounding or changes, that would be a whole new consultation.
Yeah, but a material change. Aye.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris. So that wouldn't be an easy process, and that's not what we've been asked to consider, Joe. Wouldn't it be asked to consider it if they were underground in all the key areas of concern?
It's just that we're looking to defer, Chair, and it's other information that we might suit us.
Okay, we'll get the office. I'm sure the officers will be taking note, and they will be absolutely sure to get as much information for us as we can. I don't know whether that kind of information would be easily to hand and what help it would do, because it would be a completely changed application and process if that was the case. We're just asked to consider and consult on the applications before us today. Andy Ferguson.
I think it's actually Jane first, Jim.
Oh, I never saw Jane. Jane, you went back in again?
No, I've been there, although I do think we probably need to tie up the issue about conditions.
Absolutely, yes, aye. So Jane's been Andy, it's you, and you're last, then we're going to go and get this sorted out.
Okay, I suppose it's a technical question again for either one of the two officers. Is it in our power to actually defer what we're doing here today? Because the application isn't to our planning process, it's the Scottish ministers. It's to the Scottish process, and we're on the statutory consultees.
Spen have offered a delay.
Well, with the greatest respect, we've not got that in front of us. We've only got.
Here's David coming. David.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Yes, there's probably a few comments I would offer up. We have been consulted by the Scottish Government for an application they have received from Spen. So the correct procedure is if members are looking to defer the application pending further information, you need to be very clear exactly what that information is, and we would have to send that via the Scottish Government Energy Consents Unit and request an extension. I think it's very unlikely that it won't agree to that because obviously the Council is one of the key statutory consultees. An objection from the Council would automatically trigger a public local inquiry, so it's in their interest to try and avoid that if at all possible. So I would imagine they would be quite amenable to it. But it is at the back of my mind is the number of pylons, is the overall cost, is that going to make any difference at the end of the day? That's just additional information. Is it going to actually change what the committee would actually do? It has to be something really fundamental that you're looking for here in terms of information that's not been submitted that you would want to see. That is absolutely critical to your determination. It might be that pylons and the overall cost is it would make all the difference. I would be surprised, but I think my concern is if what you're doing is effectively trying to defer this application for information that really is not critical, that you have the application before you, I think is what I'm trying to say. They've submitted the application. We have got a consultation to us. It is their right to request that the Council determine it as is. And that's effectively what we have been asked to do. So the discussions about whether or not it should be undergrounded and the cost of all that sort of things, that's actually not something which is before the Council. If the Council object on planning grounds, then that's obviously something which you can look at. Climate emergency was mentioned, and I don't think I was able to respond on that at the time. We have had a couple of applications for peat extraction, which we have cited the Council's climate emergency in the grounds for refusal. So there is precedent for using that. Obviously, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, and therefore something you'd have to think of carefully, because if you're citing climate emergency and you're wanting undergrounding to take place, then undergrounding doesn't have no environmental impact. Arguably, putting everything, that length of development going underground is arguably going to have more impact on biodiversity, peat extraction, things like that, than just putting in pylons. So think around those things. If they are concerned of yours, you'd have to cite precisely what within the 12 points of the climate emergency statement that you would want to be citing.
Okay, thanks for muddying the water further, David. I've got John Young and then Ian Blake. I'm going to try and bring this to conclusion.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I suppose I'm concerned with the way this is going, because before Chris spoke, we had what I believe was a unanimous decision from this committee to object. Since I come on planning, we've always been told to take a decision on what's in front of us. What was in front of us, we as a committee objected to. And I think we should go back to Archie's objections and go through them. That's my personal viewpoint, Chair.
Thanks, John. I think the only thing with that is we are obliged individually and collectively to have as much information before us that would allow us to make an informed decision. And there were some suggestions during or after the recess that information was not before us, and the officers had asked for information that Spen had not provided, which is why the debate got up. But I'll come back to your point and Archie when Ian Blake had the opportunity to address the committee. Ian?
Thank you, Chairman. No, it's exactly the same point. I think we're just muddying the water. We've already decided that we're going to object to the scheme, and I think by going back now and asking for further information on small parts of it is really just confusing the issue. I think we should move today to formally object to the scheme, and probably along the lines of Archie's suggestion, going down that line. But I would certainly be happy with that. Thank you.
Okay, so I suppose we need to get to a position. There's been a suggestion of deferral. There's been a suggestion we deal with today. If Archie's no there, in Archie's absence,
I am here, Chair. I just it's one of them days where your IT stuff just falls by the wayside. If you get like a 6-hour planning applications committee, like the battery went, indeed, had to plug in pretty quickly.
Right. So, are you still willing to put forward a proposal to determine this today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Over and done with.
So I would be happy to second.
Who's that, John?
I would be happy to second that proposal of Archie's, Chair.
Okay. So we had a number of members that were looking for a deferral. I think Ian Carruthers was one. Any members still looking for a deferral? If there is, we'll need to go to a vote. If no, we'll progress with the objection and how we might word or present that to the Scottish Government. Are there any members looking to put forward a proposal that we defer? Ian Carruthers?
If this is a bit scratchy, I would like to, if I would go back to my previous statement that I made when I said I think Archie made a really good stab at it in regards to that, but I do think it needs topped and tailed by a legal team rather than actual planning officials, because they've already made a position. I wouldn't like to think it through a legal process that would be compromised. So that's a point I was trying to get at as much as anything. Okay, David City's given us that advice previously. I think it could be captured quite easily from today's meeting that, okay, this is what we're really bothered about. This is the bits that why we're objecting, Chair. But I think it needs to be topped and tailed. And if it is being topped and tailed by the legal team, if that's a way forward, I would like to see that. I think the committee's entitled to see that in draft format so we can make comment, either add it or make comments or subtract, whatever that may be. But ultimately, the legal team would have the final say in it. Thank you, Chair.
That would be another time in another place. And that wasn't the question I was asking. I was asking if you had a presumption or an intention for a deferral. That's what I was asking, because there's been a proposal to determine this today, and I thought you'd asked for a deferral. So if you have no, that's fine.
I'm appeased if we can get that clarity. Otherwise, I'd ask for a deferral, Chairman. If we can see that, like I said, maybe taking the let you.
we will determine this today. We're not having officers sending us emails next week saying what the draft version might be, and some saying aye, some saying no, and some saying maybe. We always delegate to officers decisions that we make. So the decision today, if we object, will be deferred to or referred to officers to set that out in a way that reflects how we feel.
Chairman, I'll make it absolutely clear what my view is. There's no legal clerk sitting at this committee meeting. Our professional plan advice has been given. It's been given to us earlier, saying, "Listen, we've already made a position as the planners has been delegated by the council. It's not right for us to make a decision or advise you. We can advise you to a degree, but actually, your final written submission to Scottish Government has to be via our legal team, not us. That's the point. So, I mean, maybe we need to get clarity.
Well, need David Sutton.
Yeah,
I don't think that's right. I think what David Sutton was saying was, if we object, it's then passed to the legal team because planning officers can't present that case. I think that's what David Sutton said. They still present the objection on our behalf, not the legal team, but I'll get David to come up and clarify that. David, can you clarify that, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, your understanding is correct. Basically, the committee has to make a decision. So you have to, you can't defer a decision. You can't send it off to legal services for them to top and tail. Certainly, Tracy's here as your clerk to provide advice, and I'm able to dispassionately provide advice as to whether or not it's competent in planning grounds, as I will normally do at committee. But really, it's something which you have to, as a committee, come up yourself. It will not be referred to legal services. In the event you do object, then any public local inquiry that comes forward, then you would need to, as a committee, you would have to nominate a party that would be the lead. Legal services would be able to provide support and provide the necessary professional advice. They would be able to get consultants in externally to deal with that. But really, it's just to make clear that the decision that you would be making would be at this meeting today, and Tracy and myself can assist, but no more than that.
And we won't, and it's not for you to answer this, David, we won't be getting information from legal or anyone else on wording that we might want to adjust or amend. If we object, it may go to a public inquiry, and at that time the members that are called to public inquiry will get support from legal to make sure they're able to present the council's view in a fair and appropriate fashion. So there's been no move to defer unless Ian has changed his mind. I see his hand still up. Maybe lost his signal, I don't know, but Ian's hand was up. But this committee will decide today, and unless there's a proposer and a seconder to the contrary and we go to a vote, members have decided to determine this application today. Okay, so that's decided. We will determine this today. Archie did come up with a form of words a wee while ago.
I've put them, Chair, I've actually put them in the chat line for people to. I had to sort of delete a couple before because I'd pressed the wrong sort of button again. I'm not the best with this IT stuff. Like.
Well, you need to delete the first point because we're now saying we've got enough information to allow us to decide.
But by the applicant, what we're saying is there's information that was missing. That the committee were not able to make that decision fully.
Case officer says he's enough information to hand to make a recommendation. So you're just about saying the case officer is not competent if you're right.
No, I'm saying that the committee, not the officer, the committee, and the officer said quite clearly that he sees now with the discussion that's been going on with the committee that perhaps more information could have been put in place.
Well, how do we resolve this? And because we're accusing Spenny no providing information and they're offering a deferral to Gaesmere and we're saying we don't want it.
The the application is detrimental as far as we're concerned in the committee to the two RSAs, and would have a detrimental visual and landscape effect. The application to the Council Climate Emergency motion, and that would be the motion that I would put forward.
That's great. I've got Tracy sent me. Oh, here you go. Here's Tracy sending a form of words. Everybody able to read it, or do you want me to read it out? This is just encapsulating, I think, what Archie's trying to say. To object to the applications A to E on the grounds that it has not been proven as yet that the proposals would not have an adverse effect on the landscape character due to this proposal running through two national scenic areas, and underground would be the preferred option to protect these sensitive areas, landscape, views and visual amenity. Archie, does that kind of capture, regional scenic area, David Sutty's added?
I think that covers it, but I think we have to also add in about the council's fifth priority, Chair. And as David said before, we have raised it before, specifically on the visual, effect and amenity.
Okay, if you're not happy, actually, I'll give you a few minutes just to read it and see what you'd like to add on, so that members can consider whether your proposal is acceptable or no. Any members have any view that might change the wording, or are members happy that this kind of reflects the direction of travel of this discussion today? I've got somebody's hand up, but as yet I can't see who it is. Tracy, can you tell me who's looking? Oh, it's Stephen Thompson. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. There might have been a hand up there on the screen as well, but I don't know whose it was. But I think, Archie touched on it there at the end, and David Sutty did mention about the peat applications where we have used the new priority in terms of climate. And I think just to strengthen that part about the additional weight that we would give to the impact, because it's not just adverse effect, but it's like a significant adverse effect given our increased attention that we're paying to the natural environment and biodiversity. So I think there is something about that we could include.
You need to be careful, because David did tell us that it's likely the impact on the climate change would be more with the machinery and equipment and disruption to peat doing underground cabling than it would be putting in a series of pylons. So we need to make sure we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. David, I know you don't write objections. Can you give us some advice on the wording and how we should introduce or how climate change may be introduced into this objection?
Chair, if I can, just clarification of that. What Tracy's put up, I would suggest that you probably want to, a lot of developments have an adverse effect on things, but there's a balance to be set. I think what Councillor Thompson was saying there, it has to be an unduly adverse impact on the landscape and visual character, I'd probably say, those sort of issues of the two regional scenic areas. In terms of, it is a matter for yourselves as to whether or not you wish to mention the climate emergency. I don't have a copy of the 12 points in front of me, I'm afraid, but if there were points in that as a committee you felt that you did want to emphasise, then that's obviously in your gift to do that. But my point stands that you potentially could find that you've caused an issue for yourselves by raising that, only for people to come back and say, oh, well, if what you're saying is on the undergrounding issue, potentially that has more of an adverse effect.
Aye, I'm sure that's what you had said. Right, we've got Ivor Hislop, and then if there's no changes to this, we'll make that the basis for an objection, and we'll see how members feel about whether or no they want to have a different view. Ivor Hislop, please.
Chair, I would be happy to stick to the points that Tracy has sort of worded for us. I think we had the inclusion of the regional scenic area. We have no information as to what the climate impact could be of the undergrounding, because it's not included within this report. So that would be like, sticking your finger up and to see which way the wind's blowing. You don't know. So I would be happier just to stick with the information that we're going with and the points that were put in that motion.
Thanks very much. That's helpful, Ivor. Okay, Archie, how you had time to read what Tracy has suggested. It will change from the national scenic areas to regional scenic areas in the report itself. But are you content other than that?
Yeah, and as long as it would not have an unduly adverse effect on the landscape, that would be fine as well, Chair.
Can you add that, Tracy, please, when you read out the proposal from Archie? Oh, here it goes. Tracy's rewritten it, I think. And you've got the last bit from Archie, Tracy, which is an undue effect on the landscape. Can you add that in somewhere? Oh, you've got that in the middle. Aye. Is that all right, Archie, now?
Yep, happy.
Good. So Archie's proposal's up and it's seconded by John Young. Is there an alternative proposal? Okay, I see no more hands. So we as a committee resolve to object to the consultation on the grounds set out in the text provided by Tracy. Tracy, can you just read out for members' clarity, please, what we're proposing to object and how that will be put forward to the Scottish Government, please?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to raise objections to the applications A to E on the grounds that, on the grounds that it's not been proven as yet that the proposal would not have an unduly adverse effect on the landscape character due to this proposal running through 2 regional scenic areas, and that the underground would be the preferred option to protect these sensitive areas, landscape views and visual amenity.
Well done, thanks Tracy, and thanks every member for your forbearance and for your input in that particular agenda. It has been a long and arduous process, and as somebody, effect and see the affect, Stephen writes, Tracy, but I'm sure we'll tidy up the language all right. But so thanks very much for your forbearance on that, members. Right, we'll go back now to agenda item as per the committee papers. On agenda item 8, an application proposed grid stability facility comprising formation of an electrical transmission infrastructure compound containing transformers, cables and infrastructure, the erection of main plant room building, formation of new access, ancillary car parking, drainage, boundary treatment and landscaping at land east of Gretna substation 3 kilometres to the north of Gretna. This is a full application. Applicant is WP Grid Services Limited. Recommendations to approve subject conditions, reference numbers 20/2071/full. And Robert Duncan's again substituting for Torrell Glendinning. Robert, if you're with us, take us through your presentation, please.
Afternoon, Chair and members. I'm still with you here. More straightforward planning application for major development, this time with all the attendant pre-application meeting and notifications and so on. So moving on to the slides, the first one is the location plan showing the application site, which is around 3 kilometres to the north of Gretna. It's an open countryside. Moving to the next slide, please. These are the submitted location and site location plans. The slightly unusual shape, and we'll come on to it, is due to the proposed access onto the public road. So that's the very long red part, and then you've got the kind of guts of the proposal on the bigger part of the application site you can see there. So moving on to more detailed plans on the next slide, this is a proposed site plan. It shows the proposed substation complex in itself. There's quite a lot to this. As per 1.3 of the report, proposal comprises the construction of electrical transmission infrastructure in a compound to provide a grid stability facility. It includes a plant building, various assorted pieces of infrastructure, including cables, coolers, fuel stores, backup generators, a control building, and an internal perimeter road. So moving to the next slide, you can see the proposed elevations. So what you're looking at here is the building itself, the plant building. Apologies for the pause. The plant building proposal itself, and then you've got the other pieces of apparatus there. The next slide is showing the submitted floor plan of the proposed building in itself. So you've got a variety of apparatus within that building. The next slide is showing the side elevations, if you like, in the floor plans as it would sit within the wider landscape setting. So those give you kind of wider elevational views of the main part of the application site. So it gives you an idea of the kind of structure. I would suggest when I look at this, it's not massively dissimilar to a portal frame agricultural building. You're looking at the obvious differences. You've got a variety of pieces of electrical infrastructure that are there. But if we go on to the next slide, you've got site levels, you've got elements of bunding there that you can see right and left of the proposal, which should help mitigate it. And moving to the next slide, we do have a submitted proposed landscaping plan, which has been carefully considered to try and mitigate impact. So turning to the pictures on the next slide, this is a view of the application site. It's presently open agricultural land. Not much vegetation covered in this view, apart from some quite low trees and shrubs. The next view on the next slide is looking towards the application site, and that shows the location of this existing substation on the left-hand side, just behind those trees. You can obviously see the nature of the site here is very flat, and you'll notice electricity pylons in the background there. The next slide is more towards the existing substation. And again, that's located behind the belt of existing vegetation in the middle ground. The next slide is, if you bear with me, a slightly more distant view, and it shows the same landscaping which effectively screens the existing development. The application site's on the right-hand side, beyond the vegetation on the side of the road. The next slide is a view. Sorry, this is one. This is looking towards the northeast, and the application site is beyond the vegetation, left-hand side of the road. Got mixed up with the notes there. Next slide is looking southeast from the application site, and again, you've got that characteristic flat open landscape, agricultural land. The next slide is looking east from the application site, quite an open flat landscape character in this area, and the next slides are looking west from the application site and south from the application site. And the final picture is a longer distance view of the application site from the southeast. And you can see the existing substation labelled there together with the application sites, and you can see those pylons breaking the skyline. This is from the U233 public road. So that completes the slides. The key points in the case officer's report are there's been a wide-ranging consultation exercise here, both internally and externally. There are no objections from consultees. There's been quite a lengthy and involved pre-application process. As I've said, it's major development. Major planning applications need to be considered at the Planning Applications Committee, so that's the reason why it's before you for consideration today. Notwithstanding all of that, no representations have been received either objecting to or supporting the development, and in summary, the recommendation is per paragraph 4.16 of the report, which I'll not repeat, but that is to grant permission subject to the conditions listed. Again, happy to answer any questions that members have.
Thanks very much, Robert. Any questions for the case officer? Doesn't appear so. So that's a non-speaking item. We're straight into session. Members? Archie, get Dryborough.
Thanks very much, Chair. This is in my ward, and I would agree with everything that Robert said there. It's been extensively communicated this with those local communities, and I would agree with the recommendations, Chair.
Thanks very much, Archie. Any alternative views? Can I take it that this is a unanimous decision of the committee? In which case, Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Next year, members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Super duper, and I see Stephen Thompson sent a confirmation as well. Okay, we move on to agenda item number 9. I've declared an interest in this, so John will take this agenda item and I'll leave the meeting and return when it's concluded. Thank you, folks.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah. Agenda item number 9, application to develop land without compliance with condition 43. Brackets conditions relating to noise of deemed planning permission of section 36 consent ECU 00000660. Brackets construction and operation of Sandydow wind powered electricity generating station, seeking revised noise limits, bracket section 42, at Sandydow wind farm located approximately 2.6 kilometres southwest of Kirkconnell and Kelloholm. The application is a section 42 reference number 20/1798/S42, and the recommendation is approved subject to conditions. And the case officer, I take it that we've got Andrew Robinson with us that can take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just a very quick, I hope everyone can hear me, quick recap on what this application is. It was a Section 36 consent and deemed planning permission that was issued by the Scottish Ministers on the 7th of July last year. And it contained 4 conditions which were attached as part of the Section 36 consent, and then a total of 39 conditions that were attached as part of the deemed planning permission. And as part of those conditions, they fall within the remit of the planning authority to effectively enforce those conditions or approve the details that those conditions are requiring. So just quickly moving to the next slide, just a quick recap on what this application is. As it's a 389 hectare area of land within the Libry Moor plantation to the south west of Kirkconnell. Moving on to the next slide, the wind farm scheme is a 24 wind turbine development with wind turbines of a blade tip of up to 125 metres. Moving on to the next slide, this is taken from the previous EIA and it represents or demonstrates around 10 noise sensitive receptors that were located within the vicinity of the site. And moving on to the next slide, what this application is effectively seeking is a revision to the previous noise limits for 3 out of 4 locations identified in the noise conditions, which stipulated maximum noise limits that for the wind farm can't exceed over certain wind speeds. And these 3 receptors being High Cairn, Polneuil and Nether Glen Mucklock, and the applicant has stated that the reason that they've submitted this application was a lack of appropriate background noise data that was available at the time when the Scottish Ministers were considering this application, and effectively a higher background noise level would potentially allow for marginal more power from the wind turbines. So this slide actually shows the locations where revised noise measurements were taken from. And if you move on to the next slide, this actually shows the noise readings from each of those locations at night time and during the daytime. I suppose the key thing to note, probably fairly obvious, but as the wind speed increases, then the background noise levels have increased as well. So moving on to the next slide, this actually applies ETSU R97 noise limit. So effectively what this is it's added on 5 decibels to the previous noise levels with a prevailing background noise level for night time being 43 decibels and 40 decibels for daytime. But any figures that are shown above that are effectively 5 decibels above the background noise level readings from the previous slide. So moving on to the next slide, the developers basically taken those readings and have come up with these revised noise levels, noise thresholds that the development would be able to meet without causing an adverse impact on the amenity of those residential properties. So moving on to the next slide. Officers have considered the information in consultation with Environmental Health, who have raised no objections to the proposed noise level limits, and as a result the application is recommended for approval with the revised noise condition, which is actually put at condition 39 as part of this recommendation. For completeness, we've also recommended reattaching all of the previous deemed planning conditions that were previously attached to the Section 36 consent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andrew, for your presentation. Any members got any questions for the case officer?
Chair, just is it realistic to increase the noise levels, given there's people, I take it, living around there that's raised issues about it? Is it really bad?
Andrew?
What the applicant is doing is basically, because there wasn't accurate background noise levels at the previous application, the previous noise threshold limits that were in the previous condition were considered to be very conservative. So actually undertaking a more detailed background noise assessment, the noise levels effectively, because they're higher noise levels at the higher wind speeds, effectively it means that the previous noise thresholds can actually be exceeded. I think what I would refer you to in terms of the difference of the noise levels is paragraph, just trying to find the report. It's actually the table in paragraph 4.8 of the report basically shows what the increase is in the noise limits that were previously applied and what are proposed now. So yes, the reason being is because basically the background noise levels are actually higher than what were originally considered during the processing of the previous application.
Are you okay with that, Councillor McKee?
Aye, that's fine, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I see Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Andrew. This may well be in the notes if I missed it, but what penalties are in place if the applicant consistently exceed these new noise levels?
I would scroll. I'd advise you to go to condition 39, in which actually sets out the noise condition in full. So it's quite a lengthy condition, and it sets all of the requirements. So effectively the report, so the main body of the report has just focused on what the tables were, but the actual rest of the condition remains unchanged from what was previously attached. And condition 39 in your report actually is the noise condition in full, and it sets out all of the provisions for what is required if there is concerns or any complaints regarding adverse noise and the steps that need to be taken. So it's actually within the beginning of condition 39.
Thanks, Andrew. Does that answer your question, John?
As long as these conditions are enforceable, Chair.
Andrew?
Yeah, these are relatively standard conditions for wind farms, and they have been done in consultation with Environmental Health, and also these are were conditions that were applied by the Scottish Minister, and they're fairly standard conditions that are applied for on noise conditions for wind farms across the whole of the country. So they are enforceable in that sense, and they appear at public local inquiries as well. So it is a pretty standard noise condition in terms of what's been applied, but then the tables themselves are actually specific to the development because it's referring to noise sensitive properties that are within the vicinity of the development concerned.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Andrew. I don't see anybody else with questions to the case officers, so we're now in session, members. Archie.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think on this one, it's a pretty straightforward. It's 5 decibels at the end of the day. It's with larger turbines. Happy to go with the recommendations, Chair.
Thanks, Archie. Ian Carruthers, Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chairman. I would agree with that. So I think it's good due diligence this organisation is always undertaking in regards to the slight increase in noise output, and ultimately makes it easier for us to monitor thereafter as a planning authority. I would support the recommendations, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. I don't think there's any alternative view. No.
Great, Chair.
Everybody seems to be unanimous. Tracy, could you just confirm what the committee decision was, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions as detailed within the report.
Thanks, Tracy. Thanks, Andrew. I wonder if Jim's coming back in, is he? The chairman.
I join. Yes, I. Thanks very much for stepping in there, John. That was great. Much appreciated. The last agenda item today is a wind farm public inquiry decision for information and noting only. You will see that it was approved, although officers had recommended it, we objected, and Scottish ministers approved this. So that's the last agenda item for today. It's been a long day and a productive day for members. Thank you all very much for your attendance and your input, and I look forward to seeing you again next month. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thanks.